Woohoo!
Yay, we're live. There we are.
Hello, everybody.
Greetings.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, I can even see us coming to feeding through on Twitch. That's so nice.
There it goes. Okay.
Hey, I'm going to dive right in here and do some cheering just because, why not start with a cheer?
Yeah, why not? And John Marcus resubscribed, I should say. Which means that he's here and there's a danger that somebody might have to sing a song at some point.
He did mention something about bits.
Okay.
There we go.
And there it is.
Yeah, yep, there it is. All right, so somebody's got to do something special by the end of the stream.
I wonder how long it's been since I've done my, Hubert's Harazing Adventure story.
Oh, there you go. Cool.
Just seeing if I got the original on me here. But
now,
here we are. Go ahead.
Yes. So before we go into any of the special mayhem and stuff, I need to, as usual, I'm on the right page. I will go through my usual stuff. So we are in release 127, 127 months straight. We have successfully released an update to the game. So starting with the chicken room, leading all the way up to where we are now, and we are going strong and not stopping anytime soon.
How many of you here dancing in the room with us were in the chicken room? How many people remember the chicken room? Minerva, I know you remember the chicken room. Who else remembers the chicken room?
Well, actually, everyone got to see the chicken room last April Fool's Day.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yep.
Those who didn't have a chance to, not from the very beginning, got to see the new and improved chicken room.
Excellent. Yeah, excellent. Yes, and Minerva tells me secretly that she remembers.
All right, I'm gonna.
Sorry, I took you off script again, Stephen.
Nope, no, you're good. Everything's fine with that. I'm handing you a pile of party hats so we can
excellent.
Hand those out.
Excellent.
And of course, duplicate more of them.
People were asking me for the Young Party hats, so yeah, if people come trade with me, I have a pretty good stack of them I was just given. In fact, I can't scroll back to see how many that is. That's 20 or 30 or so so far.
And go ahead and duplicate, to make more if you need to.
Yes, I do. I have them right here. I know how to do that. I have the power.
You have the power.
Power of Grayskull. Or the Silver Ankh, as the case may be.
Castellitos does look a little bit like Grayskull, actually. We just need to change the
speaking of Ankhs, hang on a second. I'm going to get something. I'm going to get some show and tell right now.
Uh-oh.
Start off with some show and tell.
Okay, all right. So while he's doing that, let me continue on here. So the prize phrase for today is Happy Birthday, Lord British. And you need to say that in-game, or if you buy something on the website, then that'll also automatically enter you into the drawings. We'll be doing a whole heck of a bunch of drawings. We're going to do 3 an hour instead of our usual 2 an hour. And
small side note, it doesn't need to be in universe. It doesn't need to be where anyone can hear it. You could just whisper it to someone who isn't even online.
Yep, that's right. Just say something in game, anywhere, anyhow. And then that'll get you into the drawing. The drawings are held near the top of the hour of each hour of the stream. And since Lord British is here, he may actually mandate that we draw more as time goes on. Also, for each level of hype train that we complete for each hour, we will add on another drawing of the prizing. So we are currently on level. We're completed 2 levels of the hype train. So this.
Yep, I'm tracking that.
Thank you. This first hour of the stream, we will be doing at least 5 drawings. So keep that up, guys, and get more prizes. All right, so let me see here. So the official introduction. Why do I always have this out of order? Okay, so welcome to the Shroud of the Avatars Lord British birthday live stream. Each month we have a live stream the day after we publish our major update. This month's update is release 127, and we're halfway through this release and having an additional special stream for to acknowledge Lord British's birthday in the real world or on Earth. And
Happy birthday!
I will.
These worlds are all real.
Yeah, there you go. I will leave it to Lord British to actually say how many years if he wishes that be known.
63 is the new 36.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
36 orbits the sun.
So
63 is actually pretty neat in binary too.
It has all the good numbers in it.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Shroud of the Avatar is a free-to-play online game with over 400 scenes to explore. You could follow us. Why is this not showing? All right, here on Twitch at /Shroud of the Avatar, or Facebook Shroud of the Avatar, Twitter Shroud of Avatar, or via RSS on our website shroudoftheavatar.com. We have at least one live stream a month providing updates on game development as well as upcoming sales and events. Today we will have, as it just said, 3 prize-winning giveaways per hour plus any bonus ones. And we're currently up to 5, I think, for the first hour. We will I'm just going to skip over this. Okay, so we're going to do introductions, but before we do introductions, I am going to just go right into my little housekeeping thing because, guys, recently we've had some stuff going on, and I wanted to let you know what's happening here. We have a rule against not discussing moderation. That rule applies to the devs as well as the players. So in this situation, I need to say some stuff, but not going to identify who it is. And please do not say who it is in chat. This is we need to keep this as quiet as possible as far as who it is because they deserve their privacy even if they did get in trouble. But this particular event this time around, the person leveraged other players to try to get around their suspension, which got those players in trouble as well. So please be aware. You might be friends with other players and stuff. Don't let other players have access to your account. Nothing good could come of this. I mean, I understand that there could be families, brothers and sisters using the same computer, using the same account, that type of thing. That's up to the family to manage. But you don't want to give your password and access to another person, even if they're the bestest of friends, and because you never know what could end up happening. In the past, we've had players literally steal accounts, change email addresses and passwords on other people, as I'm sure it's happened in plenty of MMOs all over the place. And again, most recently, a person who was suspended convinced another player, a friend of theirs, to let them have access to the account because they said that they needed to get in touch with the devs. But in reality, they were going in to just basically harass and continue their efforts of causing mayhem in
Yes, and
chat.
nobody needs to get access to the game to get in contact with the devs. Email support.
Right. And even if they did reach out and say, hey, devs, I need help, we would say contact support. There's nothing more we would do in game. So anyway, with all that said, sorry, I don't want to be a downer on all this, but you guys got to know about it. So, and be sure to report players if they're abusing the rules, if they're harassing you, or if there's cheating going on, let us know. We do care. We want the Shroud of the Avatar world. We want New Britannia to be a nice, safe place where people could go to have fun and not have to worry about real-world politics, religion, or being harassed by other players. So, if a player is scamming you, if if there's harassment, things like that, please be sure to report it to support, and we'll do our best to take care of those situations for you. Okay, with all that said, I think we have caught up. I will, again, I'm going a little bit out of order on my own script here, so that way we could do the introductions at the end and then just move into the special type of activities. Today is the last day of our Release 127 sales. This month's sales were a little bit longer than usual, mainly because we knew that we were going to have this second stream, and we just gave you guys some extra time on that. So currently, if you go up onto the website right now, you could buy Crowns of the Obsidians, which is the in-game currency, for 20% off. And if you buy a 10,000 pack of Kodos today, up until midnight, then you will be getting a bonus item along with that, which is the Lord British's Brutal Battle Axe. And I think I have one here. I could actually, I'm going to trade one to Lord British. Where are you?
Yeah, he should definitely have that out.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, let me make sure I actually have it. Get this up here, all items, and there it is. Trade. Stop that. This
Oh,
battle
yeah.
axe, when wielded, will show the rigors of war. It is scarred and bloody. And I guess what I'll do is I'll equip it right now.
I will too.
There we go. I got the sun in the wrong spot for me, but there you go. That's a good shot of it. So when you're wielding it, it will be bloody and scarred. It's a brutal battle axe. The thing is huge, and if you put it up on your wall, it'll become pristine. So of course, you know, any good warrior knows to wipe down their axe and clean it up before they put it on their wall for display.
Boiled linseed oil.
Exactly. There you go.
Oh,
So
nice. Camera angle on it you got there going too. Nice.
Yep.
When will they get this axe?
They will get this axe probably in about a week from today. We need to compile all the names of the folks who purchased the 10,000 Kodo packs. These have to be manually delivered because we don't have any automated system for doing that at this stage. Once that's put together, then Lainey will Lainey will go ahead and put together the list and mail those in-game to every player who made the purchase of a 10,000 Kodo pack. Please keep in mind that it'll take a few days for us to get those out. It's not like there's only a few of these. There's not a ton of them, because they are going to be rare, but there's going to be more than 5, obviously. So it's going to take a little bit to get those mailed out to everybody. All right, so where was I going to say?
That was a fun little weapon to create too, by the way.
Yes, and it's, I'm sure Scottie, you'll have some words on that one. Let me just finish this up. The in-game Crown Store is at 30% off on its sales. We have that rolling sale that happens every 2 hours on some random items, and you currently can upgrade your lot deeds for 20% off as well in-game. And you can upgrade your POT for Kodos using Crowns of the Obsidians for 20% off as well, which is basically, don't tell anybody, it's a double discount. If you buy the Kodos today on the website, 20% off, then 20% off to upgrade your pot, that's 40% off. So anyway, don't tell anybody I said that. So that lasts until midnight. So if you get your, for the POT upgrades, if you get your, yes, I'm total shill mode now. So if you get your request into support by the end of the sale, that's at midnight tonight Central Time, then you'll be locked into the sale price. But you need to get that done by midnight. So yeah, there you go. So with all that said, we will be doing a patch.
Has frozen.
It's not frozen on my side.
Okay.
Nope, I see it going.
Okay.
Right.
If it's just me, you can feel free to ignore.
No worries. Just I don't know. Get a bigger fan on the. But where was I saying? Okay, yeah. So there's a patch that has to be deployed. And of course, you guys know that you have double XP right now as well as the sales. So when the sales go off, that's when double XP goes off. And that patch is supposed to be done just after midnight tonight, but it'll probably be done, probably to be deployed somewhere between 1 a.m. and somewhere in the morning around noon, something like that. So there's a window that, whatever. So double XP may be extended a little bit for a few hours, but it is going to end within the next 12 to 24 hours. So just keep that in mind. So not going to extend that through the whole weekend because it's been going on for 14 days now, or close to 14 days. Okay, so with all that said, that's all my gobbledygook that I have to go through. So we're going to go ahead and do introductions, and we'll start with the guest of the day here, the guest of honor, Mr. Lord British.
Why, hello, everyone. Good news. I've made 63 orbits around the Earth, which is the new 36 orbits around the Earth. Around the sun, I mean. I've made more than that on orbits around the Earth. But great to be with you all, truly. Thank you very much for hosting me here, Stephen, and good to see you, Scottie and Allium.
Likewise.
In addition to the fun of celebrating birthday, I'm here in my home office. This set of shelves you see behind me, behind my Apple II, where I wrote my first games, is where I keep lots of keepsakes. And it's just not me. I haven't really kind of gone through those. I want to just pull up something. I have a little stack of jars. These are in addition to Ultima 2, which for the original piece of swag that we were talking about, a bunch of us online earlier and on Twitter earlier, the Ultima 2 map, which is kind of what started the box and swag. Then it was the Ankh, the pewter Ankh. And so these are actually from the original batch of Ankhs that were created for Ultima 4 originally. This is all the ones that remain of the original stock in the world.
Wow.
And then a couple years, when we got around to the next Ultima, we put in the Moonstone. And when I was younger, my mother was always into lapidary stuff and making jewelry and things. And so I was already familiar with my mom showing me this amazing magical material, smoky obsidian, also called Apache Tears. And so we put in the Moonstones, and I have a supply of those here too, of these original. I can't really tell that they're translucent here on camera, but they are.
You see a little bit of light coming through.
Sorry?
You can see a little bit of light coming through,
Well,
but yeah.
And then there's the unity, trust, and worthiness of the fellowship. And then we went back and we did the coinage for gold, silver, and copper coins. And I have all the ones from other games, like I have the radiation detection dots from Ogre. I have the headbands from Greg Malone's game, the combat games, sideways combat game. Anyway, so I have the last bits of the original stock from all of our games back there behind me on the shelf. So, as well as stuff more modern, which the community has created. I love these 8-sided virtue dice. I keep a stash of them here myself, and when I tell people about the virtues, I often go take these in pairs with me so I can do the gypsy scene with a pair of dice and contrast virtues against each other. So anyway, just that I do a little show and tell during my introduction. Been with you for many, many years making games. I was noting, it was basically 1980 when we first started publishing. So 80s, 90s, 0s, 10s, and 20s. That means 50 some odd years.
Wow.
80s, is that right? 80s, all the 80s, all the 90s, all the aughts, all the ones. Oh, and we're in the 2s. So we're in the pushing 50 years. We're in the 45 years-ish now. But anyway, great to be with you. Thank you. And thank you for all the happy birthday wishes, everybody. I appreciate it a lot. And I more appreciate just getting a chance to hang out with all of you. Not only in the game, but even in the social media forums. I happen to be particularly a heavy user of Twitter compared to others, but My daughter's getting me more into Snapchat and others because she mandates that I be there. And so having a good time in all formats, connecting with you all. Thank you. Back to you, Stephen.
Okay, and well, I guess what we'll do is have Scottie introduce himself next.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Scott Jones, and also known as Scottie Cakes, as a result of my years of work with Baker, long before I ever joined the team and did stuff for Ultima. Although I had been a fellow that came and went for many years, along with the same group of folks who worked on the spook houses that Richard would hold at his house for many years in a row here in Austin in his mansion. And every 2 years we got together and did a bunch of stuff like that. And of course, I knew a lot of these same folks from the SCA from the old days. And as a result of that, and doing a lot of artwork that I was known for during those days, I ended up joining Origin System as one of the, if not the last, one of the last art interns in their internship program, and then became a full-time artist with them for many years, and worked with Richard on and off, not just at Origin, but at both Destination Games, which later became NCSoft, and then later on, of course, at Portalarium. And so it's been my pleasure to work for many years in the industry, off and on, with Richard and folks of like-minded creative quality, doing some amazing work for the computer gaming industry, both inside of computer gaming, in and out of several different companies, as well as self-publishing. So between the kind of work that I do there, here at Portalarium, and on my own self-publishing stuff, I've been a busy boy, and have been more than grateful to be a part of the lives of my fellow creatives, including Richard, and then the folks you have with us today. So that's been me in a nutshell, and I will continue to try to act as the creative liaison and artist for the works for Shroud of the Avatar on an ongoing basis moving forward.
Excellent. All right, and then Allium?
Well, hello, I'm Allium. I started out as a community volunteer bug tester and then bug moderator, and then they started giving me the release notes and patch notes to do, and then some development work. Last release, for instance, I made, 3 dozen horses, so that was fun. It was a step up from the ducks and the chickens and the frogs.
Excellent. Yeah, no, and she's also starting to touch scenes as well. So
Yeah, I can move a mispositioned tree. That's about the extent of my skills.
hey, it's a start, heading in the right
Yep.
direction. So get another world builder under our belt here.
Absolutely, I think that's a great addition too. I'm so glad.
Yep.
We need good folks creating great content, so it's good to see that kind of creativity continuing and blossoming. So thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, well, I'll continue to come up with good ideas that I can't actually do and hand them off to you.
Well, it's a communal project though. See, and I honestly love that. I mean, I really do love working with folks.
Yeah.
By the way, I see a face here that I haven't seen here in a while. Frank Baxley is in here.
He is.
Wow, that's amazing. Hello, Sir Frank.
There's a lot of names I know from years and years. Let me introduce myself. Of course, I am Stephen Reinen, also known as Ravalox, and I have branded myself as Chief Cook and Bottle Washer. I wear many hats and touch pretty much everything and anything that's going on in the game, from administration to development work and all those neat things. Been working for years to tie up all the little loose ends and holes that were left behind over the years from the rushing of the initial team to get everything out and running. So we were just talking actually offline that Laney did an audit of the fireworks, and we identified 85 different firework items in the game that need to be either corrected and or completed. So I've been working on those. And we'll get those updated into the store and all that neat stuff. Sadly, didn't make it for this year, but they'll be there for next year. Get that all up and running. But that's just an example. So there's a lot of little things that need to be fixed and a lot of major things. And we'll talk about a little bit of that. One of the things that I'm working on right now is adding a new basement type into the game. As you guys, most people know, we just recently added in a new lot size called a market stall lot into the game, which is pretty much half of a row lot. This doesn't allow you to place any homes on it, but it allows you to put the market shading
Stall.
yeah, market stall type things on it, and then decorate and put your vendor on there. So these have been looked forward to for a long time, and we finally got those into the game. The next thing I'm doing is this new basement size. So basically, what it's going to be is you'll still have a basement hatch. You apply this deed to the hatch, and it'll give you access to a little pocket universe. So just basically, you'll be teleported to a zone or a scene that could be. And the first one we're going to do is like a meadow, right? So like the POT template that we have, that's just basically a field with wildflowers and that type of thing. So this will be a smaller version of that that you'll be able to go in there and deco. You won't be able to place lot markers or anything like that. This really spawned off of the concept of the Lord of the Isle basement that we are actually finishing up right now to get out the door and deliver to the Lord of the Isle pledge holders. So what we're going to do from there is make a range of these little mini scenes, so that way players can actually have a place to go to that they could decorate more freely than a basement might restrict them to do. So that'll have different lot limits on it, or I shouldn't say lot limits, decoration limits on the in those areas as well. So
and I just want to mention, I've given out about 30 party hats, and I see very few being worn. So come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
People may have toggled off show helmet and forgotten about it. So they could actually be wearing them. We just can't see them.
Oh,
Wait, how do they get seen again? What do they do?
Right-click on your nameplate in the upper left, or on the head slot on your paper doll, and there's an option to show or hide helmet.
Oh, okay.
There we go. There. Now I'm wearing one.
Nemesis Darkwood, if you want a party hat, you have to trade with Lord British, or probably with Ravalox. He probably still has a few in his pocket.
Yep, I still have a bunch here, so if anybody has one and Lord British is busy handing them out, they could come over and see me, and I'll hand one to you as well. Just start a trade with me.
Yeah, I don't think I have one.
You don't get one.
Oh, I don't get one. Oh, I just been declared.
Okay. I like that big white dragon. That's nice looking.
All right,
yeah, the dance that they made for that is great. Just flying there in place.
Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah. So that's what I do and what we're doing. So this is actually a content release coming up. We have new quests going into the game, and then we're aiming to put in this this new basement type. So time is short, so I'm hoping to be able to get that in time. If not, it may have to come in the next release after.
But the quest will be coming in this release regardless. It is a content month.
Yes, absolutely. So.
Oh, look at it! Look at my jaunty little party hat. I love it.
Jaunty.
Laney
That's
was
such a
making
modern
fun of me the other day for using that word. I kept talking about taking the store pictures at a jaunty angle.
My newly teenage-ish daughter, now anytime she hears a word like jaunty, she hadn't heard that one, I don't think yet, but I get now everyone's a critic because they're going like, jaunty, who used that word? How old is that one?
Only us geezers use that word, you see.
Jaunty.
Jaunty.
And we are getting close to the top of the hour, guys. So if you have not yet, say happy birthday, Lord British, in game using any type of chat.
Ooh, should I bring up a little document on the side to be able to help with that?
A little what?
I can't read the pricing if I don't. What do you?
That will post in Mattermost. If you want, I'll copy it into our chat for the Google Meet, so you can see them.
That might be more helpful. Yeah, that's it. That would work for me.
I'll do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Cool.
Wow, the sea of names.
Let's see. Will people see it? Will people outside see it if we type here? If I have to put that. In-call messages. Do they post to everybody?
Nope.
Okay, good. All right, then. That works. Oh, I'm so sorry, Morgan. I didn't see you trading. I had other windows up. There's your.
Yep, handing out some hats myself. So I guess we are almost at 5 hype trains completed.
Yeah, it finished at 4 3/4.
Okay.
Oh, darn it.
Which is still plenty.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we got that's 4 more drawings plus the 3, so it's 7 drawings at this hour. So we'll see if the duplication duplicate winner thing still rears its ugly head.
If you're a dev, do not say happy birthday Lord British in game because you'll get entered into the drawings.
Oh, and I did do it by accident.
Well, if you get a prize, you'll just have to pick someone to hand it off to.
Yes. Wow, I have to say, I'm very impressed by so Frank has on this tuxedo that I don't think I'd ever seen in the game before, and that's quite a nice, handsome little outfit. I think that's very cool.
Yeah, we do have a nice tuxedo. There's a plain one, a pinstripe one, a gold-edged one, a dyeable one.
Wow. That's very cool. Yeah, I hadn't seen it. Now, the fellow that's in front of me right now, Dorn Slate, has that sort of like the sparkly confetti looking one, and that has a really nice magician.
That's got to be the dyeable one.
Ah, yeah, it's neat to see those. I haven't seen those.
Yep, and there's a craftable top hat that he could dye to match too.
Ah. By the way, I typed it in there, but now I have to say that the giant, enormous dancing tiger gives me great pleasure.
It gives me great pleasure.
It gives me great pleasure.
All right, I got it.
Dorn says he left the hat at the house.
Oh.
All right, so let's see. I'm busy handing out hats here. So where are we? We definitely going to need to do drawings in a few minutes. So I'm giving that 5 more minutes before I actually do the drawings, and we're in good shape there. So Scottie, you want to talk about building the brutal battle axe?
Well, so that was a lot of fun. I hadn't had a chance to build weapons in a long, long time, and just kind of thinking about the theme and stuff, and just thinking about the kind of stuff that I hadn't seen more British use, and a giant, like one of those huge, like two-headed battle axes, to me is something that would not be normal for Lord British. And I thought, well, that's a really cool one. I mean, you all know that I've worked on well, thank you. Yeah, so you all recall that I worked on Xenos and enjoyed the Greco-Roman kind of like look of things, right? And in this particular case, even though historically it's not really, quote unquote accurate when it comes to what a lot of medieval weapons were like, the whole idea of the double-headed axe, the labrine, from which the word labyrinth comes from, that 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 labrine axe and the idea of enormous battle axe of that kind has always kind of pleased me. And I hadn't had the chance to make anything like that yet. And this offered the perfect opportunity because having that huge circle in the center with the coat of arms on it, and then making it like bloody and brutally bruised and cut and gouged to make it look like it really had been used heavy-handedly in battle was really something that I wanted to play with and check out. And I was hoping that let me look at it. Yeah, that looks really good. I'd seen it in my own hands when testing it, but I hadn't seen it in anyone else's. And yeah, that thing is awesome looking. I'm so glad that it turned out that way. How are you liking it, Richard?
I'm liking it, and for me, it actually splits, something correct. You and me have been working together for so long. You also know me well.
Yes.
And so, for example, and by the way, when I'm about to be critical of some other games' weaponry, but I don't mean to be critical, other than I just don't think it's Ultima as much as it is of other ilks. So, but for example, there was, I can't remember which super popular role-playing game, it might have been Final Fantasy or something, where some of the weapons are just so hugely oversized that they're 5 times as tall as the actual character, and blades.
Yeah, the ridiculous swords and stuff.
Yeah, and by the way, kids love them. I mean, and other people, not just kids, but I know that it's a style that fits in with the genre or with the world that they're trying to create with that game. For me, I like things that are believably sized, in its fundamental nature, and so that's why I really like this. Is it's big enough to go like, yeah, that's big and badass, but it's not so big that it's like unbelievably big.
Yeah,
and so I like
blown.
It has nice heft that someone as strong as the immortal Lord British, when he's not inside of Firefields, can wield with dexterity.
And there's just not enough like bloody, like in mid-use bloody weaponry that we have. We don't have a lot that's just been spattered with blood and looks really like, like, oh man, he's right in the middle of a terrible battle. And I really love the idea of that. I mean, and I hate to say it, it's kind of like, for the same reason that when I play zombie games, that I'm especially delighted when I see child zombies, because they're so super rare. I am especially delighted when I see like bloody hatchets and other things being used in games, because
you all know how much I enjoy the killing of children.
Yes.
Well, here you can kill them and take their dolls.
Even better. Why take their candy when you can kill them and take their dolls?
Yeah, exactly right.
Not very virtuous, but hey.
And of course I got to make my brutal, bloody version of it, and then of course I got to make the nice pristine version that you all get to hang on your walls, and everyone gets to see how nice it looks. But no, on you and equipped, you get the goodness, the bloody goodness. And I'm trying to bring a lot more of that kind of stuff. That's why when I had the chance to redo the moon dial, or I should not say the moon dial, the timing device for Star, metronome. Yeah, is that right?
Yep. Yeah, the metronome.
Yeah, I got to kind of play around with the kind of like nice bright red, like coffin-like interior and things like that. So, and of course, go back to the basics of that kind of like, black, Bauhausian sort of like style. So I really do, if we are, as we move into the coolness of darker times and scarier things and the Halloween feelings of the end of the year, I get to indulge my capacity for that kind of stuff as well. So I really love that kind of gothy goodness whenever possible. So yeah, that was that was my main state of mind when making that new axe, and I guarantee you there'll be more to come. There might be at some point in time an actual bloody version, a bloody beaten up version of the shield with your held ray on it, if I can come about the time to make it.
Yeah,
That sounds like a thing.
when you hit something with a weapon now, it does give a good spurt of blood based on the body size, which I think might need to be adjusted for some of the polar bears. But then it disappears instantly.
I have to say that I did tweak those numbers up a little bit on the so I don't know if it's too much.
More?
Yeah, I made it more bloody. So
And blood disappearing quickly. For some reason, made me think of the Ultima Online protest where people purposely got drunk and vomited all over Lord British castle, which did not disappear immediately. And so the vomit piled up and began to drag the servers down to their knees, or the render pipeline down to its knees.
What was the protest, dare I ask?
People were actually protesting the fact that if people all got together in one place, it would bring the servers to its knees. So they just did it. And
the vomit helped?
To make it even worse, they all started yelling profanities, so they exercised the profanity filter to its maximum event. And then they got naked. They started mooning you by facing north and bowing, and then they started vomiting all over the floor. So they made a big mess of it.
Loads of fun.
We do have a puke blood emote that shows up around Halloween, but it's not persistent.
Yes, the lack of persistence is kind of important, actually.
So
Castle Aegis has cleanliness elementals built in to, keep the moat fresh. So hopefully they would take care of that anyway.
While we were talking, I actually put an overlay of the bloody version of the battle axe and the pristine version of the battle axe on the screen, on top of everything else that we were showing here. So just one thing to note, and it's noted in writing all over the place, but just to say as well, when you're holding that battle axe, it's all scarred and bloody. But if you put it up on the wall, it will be pristine. So, basically, when you're displaying it on the wall, it's assumed that you've had it repaired or you've never actually used it in battle. So,
does it have a pattern? There are some questions.
I do not believe this has a pattern, and I don't think we will be doing a pattern on this.
Okay.
Yep.
And thank you who gave me the potions of green growth, because now I'm using them and becoming ridiculous.
Oh goodness, you really are.
What is that? There's a giant in our midst. Everyone kill the giant.
Oh geez. Okay.
You're gonna break the wall you're standing on.
Oh, will I? I hope.
No. That would be funny though.
Yeah. All right. So and we, like you said, we did the Darkstar metronome. We did a new version of that. Of course, Richard was there for that stream, so I believe he saw that as well. That was the second item in the series of ultra rare items. So the first thing that kicked it off was the actual special cloak that Scottie had made for the 10th anniversary of Shroud of the Avatar in December. And that cloak was given out to folks who bought the 10,000 Kodo pack at that point, and that was literally an on-the-fly idea to do that. So when we got to Darkstar's birthday, we got ourselves a little bit more organized and set up. So people had a week to buy the Kodo packs and get the metronomes. So here we are with this. The next one, we will be doing another one, and of course I won't tell you what the item is, but it is, I will give you a hint. It's something that somebody has already asked for in the wish list, and we're going to put together a thing. This one will be a dual set. It'll be two items that will go together, and this will probably be in September, I think towards the end of September. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And if I can just jump in with a quickie.
Sure.
By the way, I like to have everybody on my friends list, and so if you are not yet, I would like to say thank you for sending me a friend request to people like Chaos Rebellion, to Deus Black Art. Thank you, to Grunbeld. Thank you. To Nortigims. Thank you. To Sandy Grios Oreos and Sandy Oreos. Oh, that's so cute. Thank you very much. Kolahari, nice to have you as a friend as well. And the Mule of Debsut. Debsalot. Huh. The Mule of Dabsalot. There we go. It takes me a little while to read them. Sometimes they're obvious, but I still miss it. And of course, Barden Bella, J. Penny, and Senskaria. Nice to have you all as my friend. Thank you for that interjection.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, so I think the next long stream will be towards the end of September. So that's when the next special item will come out at this point. And we'll see what we can do about making more of that type of thing happen. I saw after the last one, or maybe leading up to this stream, that there was suppositions that we might be heading to having an old-timey telethon style type of stream. And I'm not opposed to this idea. I think a number of players have brought this up as being something they'd like to see happen again. But the one thing I will not do is
the one
thing that
everything else you'll do.
Everything else I'll do. I'm crazy that way.
Oh, this could be bad.
Yeah, right. The chaotic order of Richard infects the situation. Basically, the one thing that I would not want to do is actually have a telethon stream without having the items already made. So that's something that I think
Can I interrupt a second?
Yeah.
You lost our faces on screen.
Oh no.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, how did I do that? All right. Oh, I know why. Because maybe not. Yeah, no, that turns. That's not right. That's not it. I'm on the wrong scene. There it is. Okay, I'm better now. Okay, is that better? Look good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think
it's just me that's faceless.
I think that's a lesson learned from the Portalarium days, that the team was scrambling to keep up with the number of assets that had to be created based on the level of pledges and getting up to what was it, a dollar amount, right, thresholds, and then there was like, now you get this and now you get this, and it was pretty hard to catch up, right? So
it was the spontaneous creation of things where we're like, wait a minute, what are you saying I'm going to make next? Oh my god. Yeah. No,
we don't have tech for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that's like being spontaneously slapped in the face with a mackerel. I didn't want. Yeah, if we can plan ahead to make some really cool things that we will offer, then yes, I agree. Now the other thing that I'm not going to do is drink until I die. So because I was, we were watching that happen on the past too on those old live streams. It was like, oh my god, you all are insane. So
yeah. And of course, I don't drink, so I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, well, yeah, neither do I. But that leaves it to like. That we would be hosting Lord British jumping on here and going insane with alcohol, and the answer is no. By the way, I wanted to mention something that another player just mentioned, and I find this super interesting. We were talking about the metronome earlier. McCall Rain mentioned to me on the side that they've noticed that while it should not happen in a virtual world, placing multiple dark star metronomes near each other and starting them moving, they'll exhibit spontaneous synchronization and start to swing together eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, that happens in the very real world. Like if you start metronomes together, there's something about the vibrations they put out that eventually causes them to physically enter into synchronicity together. It's a weird thing. It's like it's just weirdness in the real universe. But that shouldn't happen in a virtual world because it's all zeros and ones. And yet,
Actually,
so
actually, in terms of emotes and animations start when the client starts them. So if you come into a scene where something is already moving, things will be synced up. People can use that to dance together, for instance.
Ravalox, can you make one and hand it to me?
Oh, what am I making?
A metronome.
Oh, and the metronomes?
You won't be able to place it. You would need to be on a player lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Well, I
Although
could.
you can certainly have a metronome.
Here, I'll go over to Deco Station and.
but
No need now. No need now. I was going to set some up behind us and see what happened, but it's all right.
The way that McCall Rain mentions it, though, it's as if they place them down like all together and start them separately, like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm starting them. That if they wait long enough in that spot, they will begin to swing in time with each other. And
without a scenely reload, that would be odd.
I know. I mean, if that is true, that's a phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know more about how that
exists. It proves the world is real. It proves it. The world is real.
Yes, Radicus says quantum entanglement. That sounds
you
about
and I
right.
here are living in the Matrix, but the game is reality.
Which means that even our altered realities we're creating here are still a part of that giant altered reality, which we're all in together.
Absolutely, unquestionably. Somebody sent me on Twitter. There's they found a boulder formation on the moon that looks just like a moon gate. So there's a way to
Very cool.
Yep, we're all in the surreality together. We've got to love it. By the way, I love whoever's dancing mimic that is right near me. Oh, it's Elwyn Moons. Nice.
Yeah, I think the mimic was the last one of the pets to. Every pet should have a sit emote and a dance emote.
Oh, I'm falling behind here. I'm in the process of running all the prizes too.
The name of the mimic is
trade with somebody. Sorry about that. Trade with me again.
The mimic being called Britannian Tourister, it totally reminds me of I just recently was reading the Discworld stuff and has been reading my way through
the luggage.
Yes, it totally makes me think of the luggage and how mean and devouring it is in general. Yeah,
that would have been actually kind of awesome to have a version of the mimic that has 1,000 feet.
Oh yes! Oh my God. That's like some Cthulhian stuff right there at that point.
Yeah. Well, you never know.
It could be on the horizon. And I'm enjoying the dance floor that I haven't seen either. That's great. That appears with its own little.
Oh yes, that's a potion you can drink. It's a disco potion. I think I can link you to that.
Oh. Disco potion. I don't have one of those either. Wow.
Yeah, okay. Potion of Disco Fever.
That is too funny. Love it.
I posted that in Mattermost if Steven wants to grab that out and make some.
Oh, yeah, okay. Why not? Recently looted.
No Nemesis Darkwood, that potion is a Crown Store item.
Oh, we're at 5:05. We should be doing some pricing stuff? Is that
Yep.
They're running. They're running.
They're running.
Oh, they're running even now?
Yep, I see 3 so far, so we're waiting for 4 more before we announce them.
Oh, nice. Ooh, we'll have a lot to announce in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Who gets to try to do the names?
Naughty Dreams.
I think we vote Richard in for that.
The birthday boy gets to try to pronounce.
I'm happy to slaughter names.
With your axe.
Brutal battle axe.
Yes, hang on a second here. Let me get over here for this trade. There we go. Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you. I just gave you a party hat. I just reflexively gave you a party hat there.
I saw that. The one.
Oh, is Ravalox wearing a party hat? He should be.
I am.
Nice.
Excellent.
Yeah, it doesn't look so good on the rug though.
Oh, I know the rug kind of messes with it a bit.
That's all right.
Did that rug disappear? Was that rug just laid down?
No.
The rug is actually built into the switch that I can hit at the back of the castle that turns on the lights and the banners and the cake.
Oh, okay. Doesn't that turn the thing I'm standing on as well? Because
yep, the crowd control barrier. That's a separate switch, but yes.
Oh, okay.
Kira Leclerc.
All right, how are we now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more to go. I think, of course, Lainey will be singing your praises when she's delivering these prizes. For the number of prizes that she has to deliver.
Or not singing the praises.
Cursing under her breath?
Curse, that's the other. Yes, that's what I was trying to allude to. Correct. Owlsley, yes, I have the party hat. You just have to trade with me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the last one should be coming out now.
Thank you, Herbert. The upward acceleration potion for jumping. Oh, I see. Yep.
There are several potions in the Crown Store that are just meant for parties. They only work in pots. You can grow, you can shrink, you can turn your skin different colors. There's a disco potion, there's a jumping potion, all sorts of fun stuff.
Oh, is that how the fellow got up there and is dancing up there on the edge of the tower way up there? It might be. Yeah, there are many of these things I haven't tried out.
Get this out of the way. Okay, we have prize innings.
Ooh.
You want to copy them into the...
Yeah, I'm going to resort them, though, so give me a minute so that you can see one prize and all the names that it goes with.
Oh, while we're doing that, let me see if we have any Ask-A-Devs that we could answer. Okay. Goes back. There's a lot of conversation on some of these things here. Okay. I don't know if we publicly answered this one yet. The Cabalist being chosen to appear on sieges for POTs. Did we explain that one yet, Allium?
I don't believe we did.
Okay, so my understanding, well, of course, each the NPC cities are aligned with specific virtues, and that's where you'll see sieges like in Arteris during when the constellation is up, right? And the moon is up for
when the moon passes over the constellation. Yes.
Yeah, right. For I assume that one is for love, right? And hold on a second, I'm trying to do too many things at once. So in the POTs, it depends on what the governor or stewards have placed out as far as devotionals, which virtues. So if they just put up the virtue devotional for love, let's say, then your town will be sieged at the same time as Arteris. If you put out the devotionals for multiple virtues, then your town will be sieged when the celestial alignment is correct for each one of those virtues. So basically, you could virtually have them sieging all the time if you put up all the devotionals, which a lot of towns end up doing.
Which we ended up being way too much, and so we added another layer to the calculation for pots.
Yeah, and that reduces the amount, so that way it's they don't come up all the time. And there's also added in a bypass, so when you click on a town, you're not forced to run through the siege anymore. You could actually click a button and bypass the siege as well. So that pretty much covers all that. And of course, I'll follow up on the forum and write all this stuff up better in the forum in the Ask a Dev section. I generally go up and do that. Like, I try to do it once a quarter, but at least once or twice a year. I'll go up there and update all the questions that we have answered and or not answered publicly. And that's, of course, if they are valid Ask a Dev questions. If they are wish list items, like somebody asking for something that we could wear or something along those lines, then we won't actually even acknowledge those Ask a Devs. What you need to do is go into the wish list section of the forum and post a thread talking about that, so your fellow players can give input on it, and then we could make some decisions as to whether or not we're going to try to work on that or not. All right, so there's a question about QA server patch notes, if they're ever going to be updated again. Those are best effort, and based on the size of the team and the reduction of the team over the last few years, I was doing the QA patch notes more often back in the day because I was dedicated to that task. Now we don't have anybody who's actually dedicated to getting the QA notes up and running. So if there's something that we need to make sure players know about, it's generally going to be talked about in the testing directive as opposed to putting patch notes up there. And that's purely what that is. It's not having time to do that. I would love to do patch notes on QA, so that way everybody knows what's up there and they could go mess with the stuff. But
and we do put out testing announcements for specific things when we have a big thing that we know is in a new build.
Exactly, testing directives and announcements and stuff like that. So we do our best to notify, but as far as the patch notes being consistently updated, I wouldn't look to see that anytime soon.
Shall I read some prizing?
Sure, if we're all ready, then yes.
Yeah. Do you want me to name the prize and then you can read off the names?
And do we give out all the names at once? Is that the strategy?
Yep, that's why I reordered it. Name the prize and list everyone that gets it.
All right.
Okay,
Yes,
very well. So the first prize is the Lord British Round Shield.
Indeed, and that Lord British Round Shield will go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many people are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 folks. Zoso gets one. Waco Kid gets one. John Marcus gets one. Kai Council gets one. Lineman King gets one. Our own Lazarus Long gets one, and Robert Frost gets one. And boy, did I get an easy roll on the names to read. So
I think you just jinxed yourself.
Yeah, the others, I could see the others aren't going to be so easy. But out of the toughest one in there was just to say Zoso correctly.
Well, the next prize is the Lord British Medium Telescope.
Yes, and the winners of the Lord British Medium Telescope are Z, spelled with an X, Grolgar, Revenant, Rise Zero, Christ Pallid, Trockip McLaren, Drizzt Do Urden. Those are the winners of the Lord British Medium Telescope.
The next prize is the Lord British Throne.
So that you too can rule Britannia from your own throne. Or you can invite me over and I'll have a place to sit. The winners of the Lord British's Throne that I hope to visit in your homes someday is Olympe, Quasar, Selenia, Waco Kid again, Chirpri, Robert Frost, and Ulrich Etofenprax.
So we're still getting duplicates. Okay.
There you go. Yes, we have a couple duplicates in there.
The next, yes, huzzah, and congratulations. The next prize is the Lord British Moon Dial.
Yes, very good. One of my favorites. The winners are Domino, Ishari, Mandalar, a duplicate for the Waco Kid, Sammy, Max Bunker, and Derrier von Satan.
It's deviled eggs.
Aha, yes, of course. Of course, deviled eggs, of course. Very nice. I like it.
Well, the last prize, and certainly not the least, is the 2-story barn village home.
Yes, yes, yes. If you two are getting tired of the home on your lot, or you need a home to put on your lot, the 2-story barn village home could be just the thing for you. The winners are Sentinel, Ding Dong. I just took my daughter to see the Book of Mormon. Owlsy, Megatron, Nemesis Darkwood, Submarine Mike, and Vraska Trueheart. You are all winners of the 2-story barn village home, and some fun names to say in there as well.
Especially Smegatron, which, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's a tough one to beat right there, Smegatron.
Cold outside. There's no kind of atmosphere.
Well, congratulations to everyone and all the winners.
Yes, congratulations.
And all the double winners.
One thing to note here is that the the fifth prize, being the 2-story barn village home, is kind of like the little grand prize of the round, and village lot deeds can be obtained by completing the Shroud of the Avatar Episode 1 main quest line. So if you go through the story of love, story of truth, story of courage, go through those, and then there's that leads you to a final quest line, and then you get your shroud. When you get your shroud, you will also be awarded a village lot deed, so you could have a place to put that house on.
Indeed, very good.
Or you could put it on a town lot and have more room for horses.
There you go. Yep, absolutely. Oh yeah, you know what? Actually, I am going to go over to Decoration Station, so because I got the barn is over there.
Unfortunately, my character still has a bunch of QA test quest lines scrunched into it, so I'm not sure I'll ever be able with my actual character to be able to finish the quest line properly.
Well,
sure.
we can actually reset your quests and have you start over from the beginning.
Yeah. Well, actually, my daughter now finally my daughter grew up playing this game. I don't know if you guys remember. I'm sure Minerva and some others do. That when my daughter would sit here with me when we were developing it, the concept of it being an online game, she was learning games and the fact that it could be online all at the same time. And so we would do things like, people would start following me around the town that we were demoing in. And she would say, "Papa, all these people are following you. Jump in the river." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll jump in the river." So I go on a bridge and jump in the river. And everybody would jump in the river. And my daughter was like, "Wow, that's amazing. Swim around the river." "Okay, let's go swim around the river." All these people can swim around this. Like, "Wow, that's amazing. And those are all real people." I went, "Yeah, they're all real people." It was just hilarious. And so now it's really funny because her and her kids, her and her friends are as she's discovering her own music. In fact, I went to a concert just yesterday with my daughter. We went to see Mother Cave Town and Meet Me at the Altar. All great, by the way. And but finally she was going, yeah, Dad, I kind of need to know how to play these games now. She's finally curious to know. Really, she's moved up in sophistication from, the Panda games, well beyond the Panda games. Came through Minecraft, and now she's ready for Shroud of the Avatar.
Oh, nice. Oh, so she enjoyed Minecraft then?
She did. Oh, in fact, she entered a Minecraft map making contest and won it.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, there's some amazing things that you can
You
build.
might have a world builder there. You never know. She might be a world builder for another episode.
That would be great.
Well, and Unity is free to download. So if she ever gets a craving to want to create a scene that might eventually end up in the game, then she has the power.
Indeed, she has the power of Grayskull.
and she has the inroad. She has the crowd to actually talk to make that happen.
Yeah, exactly. She has a little inside pool to play.
And now, if you want to jump into the river, there's a bathing costume in game. So.
Yep. Yeah, in fact, Richard, you may remember back in the day, right? With the was it Spoonies wearing the male, I think it's the male fire dancer outfit. Is that right, Allium?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Allium, I'm going to shut up. You go ahead. You tell the story and everything.
Is there a story with this?
Well, yeah.
Spoonie?
Well, not with Spoonie specifically, but just the point of reference, right? Because you worked on the fire dancer outfits.
Well, yes, I recolored the female version for spring. I did the Vernal Fire Dancer outfit, and that was fun. And I'm looking at getting the male version up to the standards of being wearable on players, male and female, and releasing it into the store later this summer. But it might get renamed because, Fire Dancer feet or shoes, if they're both called Fire Dancer, it's going to get a little confusing. So the male version might be the Fire Spinner outfit.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah, because that's been. I remember a live stream a long time ago that we were talking about that, and we happened to be in the castle at the time, and there was commentary between you and Star saying, "Yeah, I don't think that outfit's ever been released to the players."
Yeah, and I think that he threatened to make the devs wear it.
Oh God. Oh, by the way, I wanted to mention and say thank you to those who came and joined us since the last time we'd been on. We had the chance to go to Sherwood Forest Fair, and there were folks that met us there for the to wish a happy birthday to one of the players, and we made it like a little event and kind of showed up and had the chance to visit. The Sherwood Forest Fair was a lot of fun to go to and actually see folks there firsthand. And just thank you for those who joined us on that day. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no,
maybe
that
we
was
can
fun.
do something like that again. Honestly, that kind
absolutely.
of thing is a nice gathering.
Well, TRF is coming up. That's the Texas Renaissance Festival, the largest Renaissance festival in the world, as some people have said. So that might be a thing, that goes on for, between just September through December 1st?
September, I think it's all the weekends in October, and I think maybe the first weekend in November it goes on.
Yep. So
yeah, that's coming up soon.
Yeah, I think we should definitely talk about doing that, which would be external. That would not be an officially sponsored event, but but it would still be a definite thing where devs and players alike would probably show up to commingle and hang out. That would be pretty cool.
I heard that there is some sort of a mockumentary on HBO recently about a Renaissance Festival in Texas that has quite a few people talking.
Oh, really?
Yes, that is called. It's simply called Ren Fair, and it is about that particular Renaissance festival. It's a 1-season documentary, 3 episodes. Wow, is it eye-opening? Let me just simply say that really, unless you're an adult, you shouldn't watch it. It is not a
That's about the
document.
California Ren Fair, right? Not the Texas Ren Fair, correct?
Oh,
Texas,
it is.
yeah,
No, it is
Texas.
the Texas Ren Fair, and it is the fellow. It is the fellow that actually made it, and the one that made it famous. He considers himself the king of that Ren Fair. He rules it with an iron grip. He is a very special personality. Let me just simply say. And I had to work with him personally at one point years ago. This is a whole separate story, and I will share it here. But I will simply say, without, I used to be, remember I told you I'm Scottie Cake's baker man, right? That's why I'm called that. I've made people's wedding cakes in the past. Many of our friends' wedding cakes have been made by me. I was a baker and pastry chef as sort of a pseudo professional for a while. And during that time, while I was working with a place called Simon David, which is sort of it's kind of a Randall's flagship store that existed in our arboretum here in Austin during that time. And as a Randall's flagship store, it wanted to have a very special presence that they were talking about doing because they had gotten in contact with the Ren Fair people of that time. And this is many, many, many years ago, back when this guy who is the king of Ren Fair was in his sort of heyday. And he was wheeling and dealing and doing all that other stuff at that time. And he wanted to, he was making Ren Fair great again, basically. And what he was doing is he was wanting to expand his stuff into having a really fine bakery there. And so they got in contact with Randall's, and specifically we're going to have a Simon and David shop at that point in time. And so they came and they got me involved because I was in the SCA, and I did Ren Fair stuff, and I knew a lot of the Ren Fair people, and it was back in those days. And so, Scottie does all kinds of cool medieval stuff, and he knows about the Ren Fair, and he should be the guy that does some of our drawings and comes up with what our booth might look like. And so the original hope was to kind of create this, and it just spiraled out of control in a way that can only be described as being typified by the kind of stuff you will see if you watch that documentary that you're talking about, Allium, because wow.
Well, now I have to wonder. So I'm gonna give a highlights version of a story that I think Scottie, but I've never. It's not in my book, and it's not in other things too. But I was how to put a fine point on this? How not to put a fine point on it? But it's there's really no other way to say it than just to say it. I was basically assaulted by a priest at Ren Fair. Have I told you the story, Scott?
God, no.
But it was at Texas Renaissance Festival, and so now I have to wonder if these sort of things are related because I've seen the the trailers for the documentary, and promiscuity was sort of a core tenet, it seems like, so now I'm wondering if these things are related.
Well, I mean, this was back in the day when a lot of SCA folks were allowed to help out inside the Renaissance Festival, and they would all camp in the.
I'm aware. This is what I'm talking about. I was part of this contingent camping on the property.
Yes, in that back camping area. Yes, and it was because at the time all the SCA people were allowed to go and come at night and have their parties and do all the other kind of things, and that's where all those the most lascivious of the lasciviousnesses would occur. Amongst much drinking and mead.
These might be related.
Now, I will say this. They actually do not talk about the SCA at all in this, at all.
No. Yeah.
Because long since those ancient times, that is no longer occurring. So even though the SCA, will engage in things like that, it no longer runs the games like it used to, right? Come swing the king's balls, play Skittles. Yes, I was one of those barkers that would say that kind of thing and run those games for them during that period. And we'd also fight on the mound in our armor. And so you remember that, I'm sure.
Of course I do. Yes, I was part of that. I was part of that at the same time.
Oh, yes. So they don't do that or allow that anymore. So obviously maybe even it got too bad for them. But I will say that lasciviousness and the weirdness that goes with it is still clings to the king of the Renaissance Festival even today. And he is unapologetic about it. When you watch the show, he will say all the things that you think he shouldn't be able to say, and he just says them. And it is somewhat horrifying. It is amazing. So yeah, if you
I gotta watch it.
Yeah, watch it. And who knows? Maybe
Yeah,
we'll
I put the
all meet
link
up
in
there.
the our chat with the prizes.
Yes, I'll have to debate whether I let my teenage daughter watch it. You know.
Yes, yeah. Think
Maybe not.
carefully about that.
You know, I started to watch Rocky Horror Picture Show with her up until they got in the castle, and she said, "Dad, I don't want to watch this with you."
Yes, the glory of parents making their own children uncomfortable. You have to revel in it while you can. It's like, oh yes, just your embarrassment feeds me, it nourishes me, child.
Yeah. And she's now old enough to where she's rewatching some of her early cartoons that, you know, include very adult references, but now she gets them. It's like, what?
Yes, that was there the whole time. You missed it
Yeah.
the first time.
It's like, what?
Yeah, that's the part made for adults that most kids just simply don't understand. And then when they do, the embarrassment flows.
Somebody in chat had brought up the washing well wenches.
The washing well winches.
Yes, that's an awesome show, actually. Definitely PG-13 and above, maybe R.
How many of you remember SodaCon 1 out on my property where we had the Pirates of Butthole Bay? They were all camped together. Let's see, there were a few other things. Let's see, who said they Minerva had logged off for a while and logged back on, but there used to be like in the game there was sort of an Adultima kind of subsection underground party now and then too. All kinds of edgy content.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
Well, I mean,
Hey, let me interrupt for one moment here and say that I'm standing outside. This is the 2-story barn that we gave away. It's the 5th prize. And anybody who's watching the screen while we were talking here, I was going around opening and all the sliding doors and stuff. It's actually pretty good property.
where did you place it?
In decoration station. I have.
Are you able to show that off separately? How do I see that?
Just plug in the screen. Just look. Look at the Twitch. Just look at the Twitch stream.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I have that.
Yeah, you could watch the Twitch stream, by going to twitch.tv, or if you want, you could go to do a load level to Decoration Space Station.
Okay.
If you do want to watch the Twitch stream, be sure to mute it because the audio is a little bit delayed and you'll get weird echoes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say this because I'm over here and I want to get back to Castle Atos.
Okay.
But yeah, this is the old barn with the red roof, the red wood cedar shake roof type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a pretty nice sized house. It's a village sized lot that it's on, and that's the prize that was given out.
And it's got a back room back there. Keep your tool shed or your cooking supplies or your torture implements.
Yeah, or an outhouse.
Or an outhouse.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice little.
Yes, that is the same barn that is used in Castle Atos. It is also the same barn that is also placeable as pot deco instead of as a house. It's a pretty popular barn.
Yeah.
It's the same barn that's in Airy right at the entrance too, I think.
Sounds accurate.
Is that the barn that has my is that the one that I went in and did like the updated decoratable surfaces to make sure that like loads and loads of places could be decorated?
Very
no,
possible.
I think that was to be the big red barn.
Oh, that's the big red barn. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So let's see. I think there. Oh yeah. Everybody, if you haven't not yet said "Happy Birthday, Lord British" in game, please do so. We will be doing another drawing in about 20 minutes, and I don't think we've had another
Hey.
If you have already said it, you don't need to say it again. We don't reset the names between drawings.
Yeah.
And by the way, I also want to just give a personal shout out to Lazarus Long, standing here in front of me here inside the Castle Athos. I still very much, Laz, enjoy not only the not terribly often I know, but the times I get to see your streams directly. But I do see every day on Twitter your announcements of your lunchtime streams. And the really fun art that you put out that I still have no idea how you manage to get those out on a daily basis with such quality. But the fact you put those together all the time, it's been an honor and a privilege to have you as part of this community and have you as both helping to share with everybody, what's going on in the game and things of that nature. Anyway, I just really appreciate it. You are truly a pillar of the community, my good man. Thank you. I will bow to you.
I am loading back into Castle Athos now.
It's interesting to the degree that, I love looking out over the sea of names out there, but there's enough people in here to kind of make the frame rate for me a little bit clicky.
Outrageous, I say. Who are the programmers who wrote that code?
It's neat to see all the people having gathered together. It's kind of fun.
I believe that scene is set to hold 128 tops.
For
actual adventure scenes, will lower it a lot so people aren't doing so much that combat starts to become a problem. But for just an exploration scene like Castle Athos, it can be higher.
Right.
Oh yes, and Belladonna Rose points out that people have a lot of pets out too.
Oh, that's true.
That's basically going to double it.
It's doubling up everything, yeah. By the way, are we doing the thing this time where we go and bathe in that fountain over there?
I was just going to say, yeah. So for anybody who doesn't know, in Castle Athos, we have two fountains. One of these fountains, I'm going over to the one now. This one here gives a boon or a buff, depending on which era of gaming you go to or come from. And let's see here. Right now, this should be at maximum. This is the Blessing of Athos. It is currently maximum strength, which gives you plus 30 health, plus 30 focus, well, at least for me, and 22.5% melee and range critical hit damage reduction for 2 days for the first two things and 24 hours for the last one. So anyway, it's a good buff, and if you haven't jumped into the fountain, or even if you jumped into the fountain before, make sure yours says maximum on it. If it doesn't, jump in the fountain now and it'll update to be the maximum buff. And
yes,
Go ahead.
The strength of this varies with how many people are in scene. So coming to Castle Athos to get that fountain while the scene is filled with people watching the live stream is good planning.
Yep.
If there's only 3 people in the scene, you won't get much of a buff.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I ran out the door. I've been there one of the last streams, but I can't remember where it was. Am I too far out?
No, you're there. Awesome.
Is that by the horses outside?
No, it's the one on either. It's the one to the right of the stage, it's stage right.
Oh, whoops! All right, I went way too far then.
Yeah.
Went out past the portcullis, so.
The
skeleton in the water doesn't bode well.
and there's a pole opposite that one on the other side of the stage.
I see them both.
Right, and the one on this side is a learning blessing that only lasts while you're in this scene or in this zone. There's an area just north of, I want to say, north of this of this main courtyard, that has training dummies and buttes and things like that in it. So you could go in there and train skills, and that fountain will give you a buff that will double your learning speed.
And we just have to be in them, right? Like being in them is all it's needed. We don't need to click on anything.
No,
Yeah,
you-
No,
you
if you stand in it for a second, you'll see like a purple swirl go around you. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
indication that the buff is applied.
Oh,
And if you
nice.
continue to stand there, it'll happen every couple of seconds.
Got it. Okay.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Where are we next? What else we got going on? Okay, I got a thing here. So the game obviously has been going on for nearly 11 years, and we'll be having a celebration in December of our 11th anniversary, which I would hope that Mr. Lord British that you will be able to attend.
I hope so too. Is it on my calendar yet? We should get it there. If not,
Yep. If not, and it is not, I have to send out those reservations as well. Get everybody involved. But one of the things to say, I mean, obviously the player base for the game has gone up and down over the years, and we are currently all in a rise again. The population in the game dipped down, and then it's coming back up again. I would like to hope that that's because of all the attention that we're paying to making the game more stable and improving the graphics and stuff such and so on. There's a number of little side stories I could go into that, but definitely improved the quality of a lot of stuff as we go forward here. So one of the things that I wanted to say is that we have a streamer program where some of the players who like to go on Twitch and do stream the game and stuff. So what I'm trying to put together, I'm trying to figure out a way to do is to get some players to do updated tutorial videos and more kind of like this is Shroud of the Avatar type of videos. So we haven't really figured out what we're going to do specifically about this as far as like is there going to be kind of like a contest or if there's going to be just basically some kind of a reward for doing that type of deal. But basically, that's what we're looking for at this point is to get more. I would like to set up a section on the website that has a series of short videos on it. It's like, here's how you do a thing, here's how you do that thing, here's how you do that, with current information that the new players, people who are just happen to see our game and stuff, will be able to get some information that's accurate and current. So it's kind of a first step also to reintroducing ourselves to the market and do a marketing effort. We are not in position to go out and do a big ton of marketing yet. But we're definitely making improvements to the game, and I have a small handful of things that I want to get done before I actually try to invest any money into doing marketing. Not to mention the fact that we're not spilling over with cash here, right?
Right. But we are working hard for every bit we get.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yep.
Galorn Hammerthrow suggests we have billboards. I'm not sure what the right road to put that on would be.
I'm trying to imagine what they would look like.
That would be funny. I mean, actually, those of you who've been up there and bought Kodos on the website in the last, let's say, week or so, will notice that I actually put up a banner ad up there to indicate that if you buy the 10K Kodo pack, that you get the Brutal Battle Axe, up until the end of today. I'm working on things. The team is extremely small, so there's more ideas than we could possibly implement in a timely manner. So I'm doing my best to get that going and get the team working on things like that. So that was the first foray into that type of situation. I want to make further changes to the website. So like right now, when you're not logged into the website, it goes to that page that is kind of like an introduction to Shroud of the Avatar and stuff like along those lines. I'd rather see it go to our all updates page when you're logged in, so you could actually see the current information, more dynamic. A dynamic web page is going to gather more attention than a static web page. And the shroudoftheavatar.com default web page when you're not logged in is pretty static. So more improvements and things coming. That's the point of this rambling.
Speaking of which, can you make it day?
Yep, sure.
What did you say? Oh, make it day. Okay. I heard naked day. Why, yes.
The
That's a different
headquarters
kind of advertisement.
day is here by my house.
By the way,
Headquarters for what?
The headquarters of Opus Day.
Oh,
is here
really? Wow.
Yes. No, in fact, my home is a historic townhouse, and after we finished remodeling it, the local neighborhood association said, "Hey, can you put your house on this year's neighborhood association walk, where we pick about 5 homes in the neighborhood that have been recently revamped, and we just have an open house where we go house to house to house." And I was going, "Yeah, of course we would." And on the open house circuit was not only our house, but the headquarters of Opus Day.
Wow.
And so, making no judgments. But it was interesting that, so we not only had let people into our home, we went to visit many of the other homes, including the headquarters of Opus Day. And as we're walking through this actual beautiful building, this beautiful wood paneled, looks like the inside of a Catholic church of sorts, high, polished wood everywhere, etc. And the docent for Opus Day, came out and described how, this was a facility where men and young men and adult men come to get training and how to live an ethical life and do good with their community, these sort of things. And Letitia turned to me and said, "This place sounds great. Maybe we should send our son here." And I was saying,
"It wasn't a YMCA."
No, it wasn't. No, yeah, exactly. So I said, "Well, I agree. It's a beautiful place, and they're saying really wonderful things. But you probably want to know a little bit more. You want to understand the total package before you start filling out applications. Just to really understand what you're describing." But by the way, just actually again, just for fun, I know some of you know that. The Strong Museum of Play up in Rochester, New York, recently inducted Ultima into their Hall of Fame. So it's kind of the latest Hall of Fame induction, and they happen to also be doing an upcoming presentation about Dungeons and Dragons. And I just took them when we started playing Dungeons and Dragons at my home in Houston, Texas, every Friday and Saturday night through my junior and senior years in high school. We had a bunch of games going at once. Getting even polyhedral dice was almost impossible, and so I had to. The polyhedral dice were so hard to come by, in fact, that my mom made me some out of pottery.
Oh my God!
For many years, and unfortunately, I don't have them here because I literally just sent them. I just mailed them off to the museum. But I'm gonna see if I took a picture of them just a little before I sent them. Let me see if I can find it.
Did she even glaze them and everything?
Glazed them and everything. Yeah, they were kind of cool. But anyways, they wanted to put those on display just because they're early ways that people learn to play D&D. But I happened to also at the same time pull out, these are my original. There's the original 3 books, Dungeons and Dragons, and then all the supplements.
Oh, wow.
What I find particularly funny about it is there were so many kids also coming over to my house to play that my mom was worried about me losing my books. So my mother wrote my name on the top of every book. So this is not only my original Dungeons and Dragons books from the very beginning of Dungeons and Dragons, within the first year or so that it was published, but with my mama's writing my name on the top, so I didn't get them mixed up with my friends.
She
Oh,
had great handwriting.
that's sweet. Yes, she did.
Yeah, she did.
She was a really cool artist too. I mean, I really loved her. I thought she was awesome, and we were able to take some of the earliest art that she made and we revamped it for the purposes of creating both the kind of the books, some of the book stuff that we included with Shroud of the Avatar when it first came out, and the PDFs that you can download. And so that the kind of one of those books, the very cover of it is her art, which is super cool. I mean, she was a hand painted piece that she made in real media back then.
Yep.
I really love that book too.
I believe that painting is actually in game.
It is.
Yes.
It's in game too.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, in fact, I think I even have that up here. Let's see.
What is happening? There's something terrible going on inside the room. Death, destruction, skeletons fighting. What happened?
Yeah,
Someone's just getting a little trigger happy with their taser.
You've heard of the Red Wedding. Well, this is the bloody birthday.
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just such a fun piece that she made. It really, really is.
Yeah, and here's another. But let me tell you a little more story about that while you have that up. I didn't have one handy to show.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Sure.
But if you go back to the cover there, Scott, for those who have played Ultima 3, you may see some strong similarity between that art and the art that became the Ultima 3 cover. And that's enough there, should
That's
say,
right.
if you like. But an interesting story about that is when we first formed Origin, my mom was the art director. And so when we put together the manuals, they were literally, to lay out the manuals, she would print little strips of paper with each line of text on it, and then glue those lines onto the original, and then that was scanned or it wasn't even scanned because there was nothing digital. It was all analog.
Yeah.
And those she would draw the borders on them, and all the art was generally hers too, and all the manuals and the things were all my mom's. My mom's calligraphy, her typesetting, her illustrations.
Yeah, those early paste up days.
But Ultima 3 was the first game Origin published, and so since we were going to publish it, we had already used, in fact, California Pacific, my first publisher, for a Calibeth. They had taken, in fact, here, if I go grab my Calibeth from behind me here. So, my friend Keith Zabalawi, who wrote Ultima, the Vic 20 Escape from Mount Drash, he drew with paddles. We didn't even have a tablet. He actually drew like an Etch-a-Sketch this drawing for the cover. This is my mom's calligraphy and my mom's writing here for the rest of this.
Man,
for a Calibeth.
By hand.
And then when California Pacific decided to publish it, I went and I convinced Dennis Lubay to let us, and Steve Jackson Games to let us use the Space Gamer cover as the Calibeth cover. And so suddenly the quality of artwork went from, this minimalist to Dennis Lubay quality. And then for after California Pacific went out of business, we then shifted over to, and so Dennis also did Ultima 1 with California Pacific. Then Ultima 2 went to Sierra, and they had their own artists. So Dennis didn't do the Ultima 2 cover. But then when we started doing Ultima 3, what Scott was just showing was my mom's first draft of the Ultima 3 cover. But having just come from kind of what I'll call Dennis Lubay style, I was not content with what my mom had made. And I actually had to go through it was really heartbreakingly painful moment to go to my mom and say, Mom, I love your work. I really do. The work you're doing on these other things, manuals and stuff, is great. But for the cover, and we had wondered when she said she wanted to take a crack at it, we'd even talked before that I was leaning towards Dennis. But when she did that, I then said, I love it, but it's not the same as I know Dennis will be able to do. And so we let Dennis basically take that as the first draft, and he went, and did what finally became Ultima 3. And my mom, sort of in sadness and disappointment, actually took that original, folded it in half, and then half again, and threw it in the trash.
No!
And I personally rescued it out of the trash and unfolded it, where I kept it for 20 years. And then when we finally scanned it, I personally went in with Photoshop and blended out the errors,
The creases, yeah.
Oh.
And so that actually includes, that's probably the most time I've ever spent on a piece of artwork in Photoshop, because obviously it's not my specialty, was taking the creases out of my mom's original Ultima 3 art.
Oh.
But that, by the way, is also why I'm so glad we managed to get it in Shroud of the Avatar, because it really was a great way to show her truly great work as the mom of Lord British.
And that's actually in our Make a Difference store. So if people buy that to have it in game, we do a donation to Leonardo's.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Which, by the way, and speaking of, so what Leonardo's is too, for those who don't know, which is so the Origin was started on mostly my money, to be honest, but that I'd earned through my first 2 publishers. But my parents each put in. We started it with $100,000 total. My mom and dad each put in $5,000 into the kickoff of Origin, and that $5,000 that they put in on day one, when we sold the company to Electronic Arts 10 years later, was worth a few million. And so they took the money they earned out of being the first investors in Origin, and they built a place called Leonardo's Discovery Warehouse, which is a science and art hands-on museum that's in their hometown of Enid, Oklahoma. And a lot of us actually went up there. Scott, were you part of the group that went out there by bus?
I sure was. I slept on your mom's floor. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was so crowded. My mom's floor was so crowded. We had to walk over each other literally to find our way to the bathroom and such. But yeah, we literally hand built it, parts of that ourselves. And that also means, Scott, your name is in the woodwork.
Yeah.
Around. Do you remember the wood that goes around there about that?
Absolutely. In fact, I was one of the people that was outside sculpting concrete dinosaurs and such.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. It really was a community, come together to do it. I'm actually going to go. I'm going to let somebody else talk for a while. So I'm zooming into my history of art stuff here. There it is, Enid, Oklahoma, 500 pictures. So I'm over to the
The kobolds have sent a contingent to wish you a happy birthday.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
They're
awesome.
very enthusiastic, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
Look.
They're very happy to see that we're using their invention of fireworks.
Awesome.
I like the whole lightning storm going on up there too. Nice.
Indeed.
Yeah, I was gonna say just thinking about the stuff that we were able to do for the game, like getting that stuff done, getting those 2 little booklets done. It meant looking through this folder, if you recall, and grabbing all of the stuff in this folder and creating. Like, in fact, inside that folder was the actual British Dungeons and Dragons character, which is on that very first page of that book.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, that was neat. There's a lot of great stuff in there. There was the art that you made. There was the actual dungeon map that you had created, that room by room, and that, for those of you all who might have never had a chance to get this as an actual booklet, you can have the PDF. We make that PDF available somewhere, don't we? Where they can download that PDF. I'm trying to remember. Ravalox, do you know?
Was that?
By the way, I'm finding here. I have the fence. There's Mike McShaffrey on the fence.
Oh wow.
Well, let me interject one thing, is that Miss Away asked if the donation shop is accessible in-game. That's only accessible on the website.
Melanie Green.
Because we're donating a percentage of the money that we get for it. If you pay with crowns that you already have in game, there's no money to donate.
Right.
Greg Dykes, the real Dupre, helped
Oh
build it.
yes, the real Dupre.
So
Michael Priest helped build it.
Oh wow, that's right. Michael was there.
Scotty, you were asking me about the PDF. You mean the the results of that artwork,
Yeah,
all that stuff?
yeah. For those that didn't have a chance to actually get the collector's box full of the actual physical swag,
Right.
the ability to get the Our Epic Origin PDF book and look through it, because that would let you literally play through Richard's. Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah,
Scott Jones.
that's right.
I have the evidence right here. You were there.
That was such a cool place to build on. It really, really was. And it's, and I'm so glad to hear that it's still there. I didn't realize it was still going. So,
Oh,
I'm
yeah. No,
so
it's grown
glad.
and grown and grown. It's doing great.
I would love to take a road trip back there and see it someday, because I just remember it the way it was back then, and its incipience,
Yeah, and both my parents, who sadly died 5 years ago, when they died, I went back there to help bury them, and that was a good excuse to go back by Leonardo's and come up to speed.
Yeah, I need to do that. It's been so long since I've been up in that area, and I think it was since the last time that we worked on it. I mean, didn't we rent out a whole bus and go up there in a bus or something?
We did go up there in a bus. That's exactly right. You're exactly right.
God, man, it's been so long. Like that was like back in God. When was that? That was
It would be the mid '90s, because we sold Origin to EA in '92, and they probably took them 3 to 5 years to go do that. So
yeah, it must have been like in '93, because that's when I became an art intern there. So I think it was right around then.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Wow. The memories. But yeah, if you get that PDF, it's been set up to where you can see the module as it was written originally by Richard. Like with all the glorious misspellings and everything, but it has just such great flavor to it, and you can actually play through it all the way from beginning to end. The Acalibeth as it was made.
Yeah, and the glorious misspellings, as you know, go right from the beginning. Like, here you will see the game Acalibeth, aka Labeth, and here you will see the name of the dungeon from my game, Acalibeth, aka Llabeth. I can't even spell consistently to myself, and of course I thought I made the word up until I was rereading the Silmarillion and realized there's a chapter called Acalibeth.
Oh,
and,
yes.
So it was inadvertent plagiarism. Oops, sorry, JR.
Well, and I was very careful when I put this whole PDF together to make sure that at the end, because at the end of it, after the module's over, I share the whole, the kind of inspiring source of that you'd written, the whole book one, and book one of the Tales of Mondain. And in there, I'm very careful, give a hats off to H. Beam Piper with a credit for like the fuzzies, where credit is due and things like that. I'm very careful to mention all that, where the
cloth maps from Time Bandits, and don't forget I also had lightsabers and speeders and TIE fighters. So,
yes, totally did.
Up until Ultima 4, it was plagiarize.
Yes. Well, and the whole, to be honest, the whole industry did it. I mean, D&D was a giant plagiarism of like Tolkien, and and Tolkien was a plagiarism of the Prose Edda.
But by the way, this module was one of my favorite ones that when I would play D&D on paper, I made physical components of this in the last few years to run a D&D physical campaign on a tabletop with my children. And it was my children's 2 other best friends from school, actually 3 best friends, which were the kids of Michael Myers, as in Shrek, as in Austin Powers.
Oh, that's awesome.
So his kids and my kids were a 5-top with me as the dungeon master, running this with literally all the physical components, and we set up candles on the table and we lit them, and I put all the treasures in little combination lock boxes like you can buy on Amazon now that are like from National Treasure or that sort of thing, little key combination lock boxes. So anyway, I've run this one recently, and I have it all in boxes and packing boxes downstairs. if we ever want to play physical gaming again.
Yeah,
Just in
that's
case.
awesome. You had a Stranger Things gaming in the basement moment. Then is what you got to have.
Yes, yes.
Few
Agreed.
and far between. I love that. I'm so glad that you all had a chance to do that, and with Michael Myers' kids too. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I urge anybody, if you all have a chance, because what I was asking Ravalox is, I mean, I don't know how, if they wanted the PDF of this,
Well,
where do they get it?
that's actually, I believe that was one of the pledges as well.
Yes.
So that was a different pledge level that got that there was a PDF included with.
Ah, surely we've not made it to where it's not possible to get it still, right?
No. Yeah. Well, they can be shared between people by all means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't have the ability to distribute it at this point.
We don't have it hosted anywhere, basically, is what you're saying, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
Well, then, those who did get it, please, you feel free to share it. Let folks enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very well worthy. By the way, speaking of sharing, I think it's time for a second prizing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The prizing with some duplicates.
Are they all run? I don't know how many you were running this time.
I'm running one more.
Okay.
So
then I will wait and copy it out and sort it.
Okay. Doing one more prizing now, and so guys, if folks, if you haven't said happy blah, blah 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 blah, and then the other thing,
happy birthday unto me.
Yes, if you haven't said happy birthday, Lord British, not just happy Lord British, happy birthday, Lord British, then that'll get you entered into the drawing for the next one that we're coming up with at the top of the next hour. And you only need to say it once in game. So if you've said it already, you're already in the thing. But if you're new, haven't been just joined the stream recently or got logged in game, then please by all means tell Lord British happy birthday in the game, and that'll get you going.
Doing it in the stream doesn't count.
So, and I believe the most recent visitors that you've had from far reaches are a bunch of elves that came in and came in to say happy birthday to you.
Awesome.
And apparently are getting killed in the process.
About to say there's a little battles going on back there.
Yeah.
So sorry.
So and let me just say that
people are.
Yeah. So let me just say this: if folks who are here in Castle Atos, if you're not prepared for battle, you might want to be careful because there are definitely stronger and stronger enemies that are going to be appearing over the next little bit here. And then let us also not forget that John Marcus had basically invoked the I want a song or a reading of some kind there. So I think, Richard, you were talking about reading something?
Yes, I was. I was indeed. I'll do it after the prizing.
I think he may have gone to bed because he's in Japan, but he could see afterwards, so we can't get away with that.
Yeah. Yeah, and apologies for taking so long to do that, but usually our streams are over within, on the average, 2 hours long. The average stream, we try to do an hour stream every month, and it's the average time of our streams has now gone up. They're generally 2 hours now, and the last stream we did was 3 hours. So this is
we didn't mean to. Thing. We just kept talking.
Yeah, there's just lots of stuff to talk about and things to do. So. All right. Well, we have 3 more prize rounds. So
awesome. Scottie, you want to do the
sure
the item?
Yeah. Let me get down there. Here we go. All right. So the very first prize, once again, is the Lord British Round Shield.
And the 3 winners of the Lord British Round Shield are Alustra, my Adultima counterpart, Minerva, and Beastie Jones. They are the winners of the first item.
Excellent. which brings us to our second prize, which is, once again, the Lord British Medium Telescope.
Yes, the Lord British Medium Telescope, of course, of course. The first one goes to Hex. The next one goes to Rocco. And then, of course, Sashka Blackheart. You get one as well.
And then once again, for the purposes of sitting upon the glorious throne of rulership, we have Lord British's throne,
which could be placed as an invitation for me to come visit. And they will go to the homes of Pop Lancermain, you get one. Vivian Locke, you get one. And Proudfoot Underhill, a nice blending of two hobbit names. You are the recipient of the third of the Lord British throne. I would love to come visit you and sit upon the throne.
And, of course, sitting upon the throne, you could look out into the garden or in some wonderful inward area where it could be placed, the Lord British Moondial, which is the fourth prize.
Yes, and while you're staring at your moondial and falling asleep, you might have some naughty dreams. Yes, naughty dreams, you are a winner. As Lumux Ofulsun. Lumux Ofulsun, you are also a winner. And so is Truckip McLaren. I think you got something last round too, Truckip. And nice to see the three of you will have the Lord British Moondial.
And last but not least, of course, is the glorious two-story barn village home.
And the homes will go to Sage Redhammer, Henry Fletcher, and Litharian Silvermane. Clap, 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 clap to all of you winners.
Excellent. Congratulations. I like that last name. That's a very, I love it's a very equestrian yet elven sounding name. Litharian Silvermane.
And Proudfoot Underhill was complaining earlier that he never wins, so.
See? Fixed that for you, didn't we? Probabilities eventually even out to about their probabilistic amounts. You give it long enough. If you have an infinite number of monkeys rolling those dice an infinite number of times. Shall I do a bit of a reading?
Yes, please.
Okay, with Scottie's permission. First thing to say, the story of this book, and I won't read the whole book, because it takes too long. And by the way, at the end of the time, I'm going to be doing this recitation. Actually, I won't be looking at it much. You'll see. I'm going to take my leave for a while because I'm solo parenting one of my kids tonight, so I have to help her with something. But this book called Hubert's Hair-Raising Adventure. This is the original copy for our family. It was actually purchased from my brothers, Randy and Robert Garriott. But they eventually handed down to me, Richard, and I eventually handed down to my sister, Linda, when we lived at our first childhood home, 1902 Back Bay Court in Nassau Bay. And we, of course, told people to return this book because this is our favorite family heirloom of a book. And we all loved reading it. We all loved having it read to us by our parents. And we'd all read it so often that we all remember. It's all in rhyme, so we all remembered, a few lines out of it just because we thought it was so much fun and it was relatively easy to remember some of it because it's so much in rhyme. But as we got older and we all abandoned the book to our parents, the argument began as to whose book it was, and the original. And my brothers would go like, "It was our book. It was bought for us in England." And I would say, well, no, it was bought in England, but that's my birthright because I was born at that time in England, so it's really my birthright. And my sister would go, no, you dumb boys, you all passed it down to me, and I didn't pass it down to anybody, and so therefore it's my book. And so we were all frustrated that didn't really clear the air. And so one Christmas, when we were all still debating the ownership of the book, an argument then set foot. Each of us started going like, well, the book must belong to me because I remember more of it than you do. And we kind of tested ourselves as to how much of it we remembered. And the answer was we didn't remember much. But I then took it on as a challenge. And over the next year, I memorized the whole book. And at the time, by the way, it was out of print. My mom made handmade copies of it, her with her own illustrations and her own text. And she gave everybody a mimeographed copy so that we'd all have at least one. And if you remember in Ultima, there was a character named Sherry the Mouse.
Oh, yes.
And Sherry was actually a girl that I was dating at the time of this story, and she memorized the book too. She memorized along with me. And so I actually gave her my mom's handwritten copy, so she has a
Oh.
copy for herself. But I then got the original. The whole family agreed I win. The original's mine. So now I have the original. And now it's back in print. And so I actually packed them on all my expeditions. When I went to the space station, when I went down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, I'm getting ready next month to go climb Kilimanjaro. It's already in my bags. I take copies of this along with me. And I read it or recite it whenever I get a chance. And so, because I just love the book. We just love it. And so it begins like this. And you don't need to read along, but nor do I really need to read along. In fact, it's not coming into focus particularly well there. But you'll just have to trust me that this is what the books say. Although you can kind of see the illustration of our character, Hubert. And it begins, Hubert the lion was haughty and vain, and especially proud of his elegant mane, but conceited the sword isn't proper at all, and Hubert the lion was due for a fall. One day as he sharpened his claws on a rock, he received the most horrible, terrible shock. A flaming hot spark flew up into the air, came down on his head, and ignited his hair. With a roar of surprise, he took off like a streak. Away through the jungle to Zamboozy Creek, he jumped in kersplash with a shower of bubbles and came bobbing up with a head full of stubbles. At first, he just stared with a wide open mouth at the cloud of black smoke drifting off to the south. Then he felt with his paws just in back of his ears, and suddenly he realized the worst of his fears. I'm ruined, he shouted. Oh, what shall I do? I'd rather be dead or go live in a zoo, and if anyone sees me, oh, what a disgrace. I'd better go discover a good hiding place. Well, he looked all around till he finally spied an old hollow tree with a hole in one side, and he squeezed himself in, but the fit was too tight, and the last half of Hubert was still in plain sight. Well, along came a bird with a very long beak, and that she too could play hide-and-go-seek. It was nosy old Hornbill, who everyone knew was a neighborhood gossip with nothing to do. Her eggs were all hatched and her children had grown, and now she made everyone's business her own. Good gracious, she cried as she peeked in the tree. Your mane's disappeared. You're as bald as can be. Oh, how did it happen? I've just got to know. Oh, please tell me, Hubert, and then I must go. So the lion related with obvious pain how he'd managed to burn off his elegant mane. I must say, said the bird, that's really absurd, but I'll keep it a secret. I won't say a word. Then she fluttered away just as fast as she could to broadcast the news to the whole neighborhood. And so, in just about no time at all, a group of his friends came to pay him a call. A wrinkled old elephant and a giraffe, a hyena with spots, a snickering laugh, a zebra, a rhino, a skinny old gnu, a leopard, oh, and finally the hornbill bird too. There she is. I missed the hyena over here. I mispointed. Come out, cried the bird, and let everyone see. But there wasn't a sound from the old hollow tree. Please, said the elephant, we're not here to make fun. We're here to consider just what can be done. So Hubert crawled outside to show them his trouble, and sighed, you can see there's nothing but stubble. It's a most serious problem, the elephant said as he studied the surface of poor Hubert's head. It'll never grow back, you can be pretty sure, unless you can manage to think of some cure. We could make, said the zebra, a wig out of weeds, or fine, said the rhino, some hair-growing seeds. With some cloth, said the gnu, and a needle and thread, we could sew a big cap that would cover his head. I know, said the elephant. Wait just a minute, I remember a cure, but I can't think what's in it. And he thought, and he flapped his big ears, till finally he said, it's crocodile tears. There's a croc in the swamp, said the bird with the bill, and he lives just a mile west of Old Monkey Hill. That's a horrible place, said the gnu with the groan, and a spot, said the leopard. Get it, spot leopard? It's best left alone. Come on, said the elephant, don't be faint-hearted. Just hand me that bucket, it's time we get started. I think that I'd better not go, said the gnu. You know, I'm just over a case of the flu, and the leopard said if I saw a spot on my toe, if it wasn't for that, I'd just love to go. And I have a stiff neck, said the gawky giraffe. Me too, the hyena put in with a laugh. I'm afraid, said the rhino, I'd be in the way. I'll go, said the zebra, but some other day. So the lion said with a look of disgust, I suppose I can go by myself if I must. Then he lumbered away down the dark forest trails, flapping his ears and switching his tail. Well, the going was easy the first mile or two, except for some trees he could barely squeeze through. And then he took a sharp turn and the trail disappeared. He'd come to the swamp, the place like that he all feared. And he paused for a second, a moment of dread, but he thought of poor Hubert and forged on ahead. And he struggled through mud that was thick as cold mush and I don't know. He plowed like a tank with tangles of brush and struggled through mud that was thick as cold mush. till he saw a deep pool through the mist and the fog, and in the dark water was an old rotten log. But logs have no eyes, and as everyone knows, no ugly fat flippers or scaly green toes, nor long rows of teeth that stick out when they smile. For this log, of course, was a big crocodile. And this is our whole family's favorite line in the whole book. "Good day," said the crafty and creepy old croc as he slowly crept out to recline on a rock. "And what brings you here, Mr. Flapperjack Ears?" And the elephant said, "Just to borrow some tears." "I'm sorry," the crafty croc said with a sigh, "but I never shed tears, and it's useless to try. Why, only last week as I swam in the lake, I swallowed a very dear friend by mistake. And while at the time I admit I felt some regret, for you see my poor stomach was slightly upset. But I have an old saying that's ever so true. You can't have your friends and eat them all, too." "What do you want now with crocodile tears? Surely you don't think that they'll shrink your big ears." "Oh, no," said the elephant. "Tears aren't for me. The tears are for Hubert the lion, you see." So he told about Hubert not changing a word of the story he'd heard from the nosy old bird. Yeah, so next page, that's fine. Now, as the croc listened, he started to grin from in back of his eyes all the way to his chin. And then all at once he threw open his jaws and exploded in laughter and great loud guffaws, and he held both his sides and he staggered around until he was flopping all over the ground. And the elephant saw, to his happy surprise, that tears started to come to the crocodile's eyes. And then rolled down his long face, all sparkling and green like beautiful emeralds fit for a queen, and they dropped in the bucket just under his chin that the elephant put there to capture them in. And when the old croc at last managed to stop, the bucket was filled pretty near to the top. "That's fine," said the elephant. "Now, if I'm right, poor Hubert will have his new mane by tonight. So thank you, my friend. You are very kind-hearted." And then with a hasty goodbye, he departed. And I will pause there. And if I manage to get back before the end of the stream after I take care of my daughter, I will read the second half-ish of the story, or recite the second half. That's about halfway through the book. So how's that for an opener?
That's excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it would be great to hear the rest. It would be really cool if you're able to come back and finish it off, because I don't think I've ever actually heard you recite the entire thing from beginning to end. So that would be pleasing. And by the way, I think you, at one point, you got a whole bunch of, when they started reprinting those books, you were able to get a whole bunch of them, and I think you gave them to like every person that was an Origin at the time.
I think that's right. And by the way, it's technically in print now, but I used to be able to buy it by the case, and I can't do that anymore.
Oh.
You only get them like 3 or 4 at a time. I still buy them on Amazon. I buy 2 or 3 at a time after I give more out. I buy a few more to replenish my stock.
Well, I'm very happy to have one on my shelf. So, and thank you for that.
Of course, my pleasure. Thank you for all your reading from the Rubaiyat and other things down through the years as well.
Always my pleasure.
Very nice.
And so, Stephen, if it's all right, I'm going to take my leave a couple minutes earlier than 7:30 sharp, just because that way I might be able to get back earlier too. So,
all right.
let me go take care of my family business. And I thank you all for listening. I see the in-game room has also quieted down. There's less combat going on. So either I put everybody to sleep, or they were listening attentively, or some mix thereof. And but thank you, Naughty Dreams, for wishes of happy birthday, etc. And Dravos, thank you. I will take my leave and hope to see you all again in an hour or so.
Good deal.
All right.
Take care. Enjoy.
I'm just gonna turn my mic on and my mic and camera off, and I'll probably exit the game so nobody adulterates my corpse, my AFK. But I'll be back. See ya.
Yep.
Okay.
See ya.
See you a little bit. All right. So there's some Phoenix out in the background over there that are in
I was
need
wondering
of...
what that is. There's so many weird things happening. This fluttering fire event happening way over there.
Yeah, there's I think there's a number of Phoenix all in the same spot. I really want to improve that code, so that way when we spawn things, that they randomize their spawn point and don't all spawn on top of each other. But they spread out, as you can see that they're all spread out now.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Okay.
There's already code for that, because when you load into a PvP scene, you are loaded within a radius of the default spawn point for where you are. So you're not always in the same spot.
Exactly.
So that might be able to be reused.
Yeah, definitely want to get that going.
Pardon me for just a moment. I must grab a drink. I'll be right back.
See a little bit. Okay, so let's see, where are we next? We talked about that stuff, and we go back to the Ask a Dev, see what else is up there. And of course, at this point, if anybody wants to ask any questions in chat, go for it, and we'll do some Q&A. So actually, there was an Ask a Dev a while ago here. Exeter Valdemus had asked if we could get better spell graphics and effects, and in effect, we are working on that. I mean, we're not redoing the graphics in the game, like replacing them wholesale or anything like that, but we have definitely found that there are improvements that could be made. So we're going through that type of stuff as we can. We're not going to dedicate a resource to go through the whole game from top to bottom and get all the graphics redone. It'll take a long time to get that in place. But folks should see that there's improvements to um, uh, the zone terrain graphics. I just recently worked on those, so they're a little bit clearer. There was a side effect of them getting shiny for a little bit, but that should be fixed today. Um, that should be fixed with that patch that just put out today. And in addition, other things like pavers, the clover pavers would be a good example that they were horrible and blurry and garbage. So redid those. So I'm going through as much of the stuff as I can as I find it and update those. Allium is also doing that, and Laney is also working on that as well sometimes. So we got a lot of stuff, a lot of hands, a lot of things going on. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Okay, there's a question as to why the regular water property markers are so restricted on placement, they are unforgiving. So the reason why that is because the lots, of course, are rectangles and they have a straight edge on them. So the terrain, just like if you're in the scene and you try to put down a lot marker in the scene, the lot space that you're going to cover has to be flat. So if you try to put a water lot down and the shore is jagged, then something higher than the level plane is now inserting itself into where the water lot needs to be placed. So that's
You
something.
also have to get it at exactly 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Even if it's a nice straight shot.
Right. Yeah. So you have to fiddle with the orientation of the lot as well. So that's why that happens, and I don't know that we can currently make any changes to that. Make any changes to that process that would make it less more forgiving. Down the road, as we talked about in recent streams, we are still looking at updating to the newer unities, and if we could get terrain leveling and things along those lines working, then we might be able to apply that to placing a stone where it will actually straighten things out or make slight modifications to the terrain where the shoreline is. But until then, that's what we have. There was one here related to the sneak scene where a player was saying that a chest was saying that he can't access the chest, and that's going to be because I think they even said it. Yeah, that their time had run out in the sneak scene, right? Oh no, it says before that told them. So there's a number of reasons why that can happen, and I'm just going to read what Keith had wrote down here. There are two reasons why you can't access sneak scene chest. The first is that one of the sentries saw you. The second is that your time ran out. Since you saw the message saying the timer ran out, which I think might be the opposite here, I'm assuming you were caught by a sentry and didn't realize it. In either case, you could try again later. The quest flags that block access to the chest will be cleared during the NPC conversation in which you acquire a new sneak scene key. So that takes care of that. Okay. All right, so Dabs-a-lot, who I think actually may know the answer to this question already, but maybe he's asking for friends. Can you explain the 3 different playing modes, open, party, and private, as it pertains to resetting the scenes and or any other elaboration? Okay, so the resetting scenes, and that's actually kind of like an exploit. So you don't really want to be doing that, but it's a known thing that basically if you go in there and you play and open, then you do some things to reset the scene to be able to get back in there and battle the mobs quicker. But no, we won't be going into details on how to do that. That's a player obtained knowledge, and that's actually not a mechanic that we would like to have. So I'm not going to really explain that one to you. We're not going after people who do that. It's not, it's an exploity type of thing, but we're not going after people who do that. But we're not going to explain it on stream. So let's see. Is there anything else that you've seen, Allium? I might be missing.
Let me look.
Okay, so Azure Wave 444 asks, is there any chance we see an expansion to the armor options anytime soon? Different metal, leather, cloth, or bone options? I could say that would probably be something that would be in the future, not anytime soon. But like right now, we don't allow the dyeing of metal, for instance. And we've had some discussion of metal tinting, or in anodization of metal. So some methodologies might be introduced. We definitely have this big task that we're working on. We're in the middle of data collection for the crafting systems for game balance, and we're not looking to do major overhauls where there's going to be a lot of nerfing or this, that, or anything, but we want to make sure everything's in line. So the crafting system is the first place we're going to touch, and we're going to go through that. It's going to take months for us to collect the data, and then we got to review it all and discuss it and figure it all out. So nobody should get any scared about anything like that. But the point is that we're going through the game in phases, and once we have everything aligned properly, then you'll probably see some new options for armor and weapons and other things like that. Because once we have all this documented and we know where our game balance is, then we'll know where we can put things without causing an imbalance, and that's important to us as well. So, all right. Let's see. Well, the cat dude is asking about mimics being described as picnic baskets, but that would only be a Yogi Bear thing, so. Let's see here. Okay, good. All right. All right, so I see I need to unleash something else on the visitors here once again.
Unleash
Something
something.
going to try to make a run on the cake. You can't get to it.
I had a question I was going to ask, by the way, because this is one of those things where, for folks who like decorating their houses and who enjoy a variety of decorations, uh, this is an easy win from a standpoint of things like I have made before. Uh, my question is the individual decoration kind of items that I've made that were specific to either things in my house or things from my experience. If folks like that, for instance, if you all liked that lion chair that I made recently, um, uh, would there be an interest in having other items like that, either of historical value or in some other way important to me that I like to keep around me that adorn my house? And the reason why I ask is because I have several items, um, uh, some of which, like Richard alluded to, for instance, there are two portraits in my house that are ancient, hundreds of years old, and I was very much considering wanting to create copies of them and providing them. They're 400, 500-year-old oil paintings,
Hmm.
and in their original uh, whatchamacallit, frames. And so if objects like that are something that you all would like to see, then I would be more than happy to create doppelgangers of those that you all can have in your homes if you'd enjoy having and seeing them. If that's something you all would like to see, those are fairly easy for me to create. And if there's something that folks would like to have and enjoy in their own homes, then portraits like that, I can even at some point in time get some photos and post them up to show you what they might look like. They're very beautiful imagery, and they are real oil paintings from actual history. So if that's something you all enjoy seeing, then please let us know.
And there's a lot of talk in the Twitch stream regarding that. I don't know if you ever actually started watching that.
No,
yeah, that's a very positive response.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, I don't have. I'm not sure how to bring that about. I'm very much a Luddite when it comes to Twitch stuff.
Hmm. Well,
So
next time I'm down, we could go over that.
Please, yes, teach me.
Sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I need to come to terms with recognizing Twitch and starting to observe some stuff on it.
Yeah, you don't need to make an account just to watch a stream.
Huh.
So you could just go to the website.
Yep. Here, let me add it right now. What website do I go to?
I sent it to you in Mattermost.
Let me look. Did you put it in the live stream thing, or was it somewhere else?
I sent it to you personally.
Okay. There it is. Let me try it. And I'm hoping you all enjoyed that share. That share has been one of my favorite things for a very long time.
I had fun staging the picture for it. I was really happy to use the tapestry that has the lion on it.
Oh, nice.
Behind the chairs.
I need to look at that. I don't think I've seen it. Let's see. Okay, so I'm seeing, again, this is, I see. There we go. So I see the chat on the right.
Yeah.
There's an ad playing right now. It took me a moment to get myself oriented.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to see chat from before when you joined. So in this case, you won't see much right now, but going forward.
Everybody say hi to Scottie in the chat.
Hello, those of you on Twitch. Forgive me for not being here already. Well, good. I'm glad you all are enjoying the chair. So, yeah, if you would like to see other such things I have a very careful collection I've curated over many, many years, many decades actually at this point, with strange things from all around the world that exist nowhere else. And that being the case, I can bring those things to life within the game. I just wasn't sure the degree to which you all might like to see some of those things. Some of them I can make very quickly, and some of them take a little bit more time. But for the most part, they are they're they're sundry items. They're not really like major game changes or anything, but they are interesting items to show off and to have. So yeah, it's very good. And let's see, Belinda Rose asks, is there still a plan for a roundtable discussion group for talking about some things in the game? It was mentioned at one time. That's a very good question. What kind of things would such a roundtable want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Bella, if you could expound on that a little bit, because I'm not sure what that was. I remember there was, we're talking some time ago that there was a player who was suggesting that there be some kind of a player council and things like that. If that's what you're talking about there, that was definitely not something that we were going to pursue on our side. Yes, it's funny that that type of thing was being talked about at the same time when there was complaints about players having special access to devs, and that basically just reinforced that concept, and we didn't feel that that was a good idea.
Oh, special access kind of thing, like
Mm.
having us attend roundtables on occasion or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's basically what they're. I mean, again, I don't know if this is what Bella was talking. She says yes. Okay, so yeah, so basically what it was is that they were trying to have ideas funneled up into a like a committee or a council, and then have liaisons that would end up talking to us. But it created uh, a sect system or a uh, what's the right word for this? Like the Untouchables.
Cast.
Yeah, that's a caste system. Yeah, it creates a caste system, and then also if people in that hierarchy didn't like the ideas that you were bringing to them, then they would cast them aside, and we would never know about them. So there's a bunch of different things there that would actually um, do the opposite of what they were trying to accomplish. So,
Oh, so like the fear of it creating sort of a star chamber kind of feeling.
yeah, yeah, and it's one of those funny things. The posts, I think the posts are still up there someplace in the forums. I don't think we deleted them, but yeah, it just creates a situation. Depending, I mean, it's right. If you had all people that were completely neutral, then it could help filter out some stuff, right? But invariably human nature will happen. So you'll have people go in there, and there'll be some power leveraging and things like that that'll end up happening. But the bottom line is that the restructuring that we did do to the wish list forums, uh, in theory, obviously we're very small and short-handed, but in theory that solves that problem, because basically we set up a structure where the wish list items go in. Every wish list item has its own thread, instead of in the past there were like the only thing that survives from the old stuff was like List Rostov had a thread in there for requesting items that were already in the game, right? Things like that. That makes sense to
Hmm.
leave that in one thread, because it's just basically give us a location, do a /loc, and then give us a screenshot of the item and say, yeah, we would like to have this, this hedge maze, or this hedge, or bench or whatever in the game made available to the players. That's fine. But everything else should have its own thread, so that way the original poster could explain what they're thinking of, what the item is, if there's a mechanic involved with it, all that neat stuff, and it's open to the rest of the players to give their input and say, oh, I think this is a great idea. I think this is a bad idea. Here's why. Things like that. As long as those conversations are civil, there's no reason why that can't be let to have that debate go in the public forum right there, with everybody having equal say. Then when we go and look at the stuff, if we say, yeah, we like this idea, this is something that we feasibly can do, then we will actually, flag that thread and move it into the appropriate place, saying that we're assigning a JIRA to this, and now it's on our table that it will be done eventually, right? Or we'll move the thread into an archive and basically indicating, yeah, this is we don't either it's not practical to do, or we didn't like the idea, or whatever it may be. We're not going to tell you specifically because that's not nice, right? We want to encourage players to go ahead and come up with ideas. But so the point is that we don't really need a council to do something like that, because we have the structure there to do it, and a filtering process that we would go through, so that players will know if something is accepted or it's not accepted. So,
Well, so let me ask, was the original idea of sort of a round table, was the idea that the people sitting at the table would be us, like the developers, or was the
no.
idea that the people sitting at the table would be a round table of like a player-driven town council,
Yeah.
and we as devs would be guests at that round table on occasion? Was that the idea? I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, the idea was that it would be player driven, and then one of the players would be identified as liaison to bring the results of that stuff to us.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and again, the funny thing is that this was being discussed as a solution to the problem where players at the time, which again, this was actually just completely being made up. That players were saying that there was a shadow, shadow type of thing, where certain players had access to the devs, and that we were taking ideas just from certain players and stuff. And that I'm not going to say that devs haven't, heard ideas directly from players, because that does happen. But when this was starting to, um, it was a conspiracy theory, to just be flat out. It was a conspiracy theory that was gaining traction, and some of the people that were involved in that were coming up with this idea for this council to do this, and then it was something that had layers, and it was way more complex. It's as I said, the threads in the forum still someplace where they talked about this, and we just basically said we will never do this.
Oh,
Yeah, I may have replied directly to the thread. I don't remember, but it was it was shut down because it was more. It created a more exclusivity to specific players than even what they were had the conspiracy theory about. So, I mean,
Nerd versus Jim says a council, like the Council of Ricks.
so
Yes, and if you can imagine how terrible and off the wall it would fall to if it became like that, then yes.
yes, exactly. So now, I mean, it's worth stating here, right, that the devs who are currently working on the game. I mean, obviously, we have Scottie, we have Keith, we have Sanyo and Lord Nimron here, and it's but that you also have folks like Laney, myself, Allium, and you know, and pardon me, devs, for not naming all your names, but I mean, all the people who are working on this project, who are on the team and associated with the project, who don't play the game, but there's a lot of us who play the game and have been players before we were on the team.
Right.
So obviously we have friends in the community, but I can tell you, and I am positive that some of our friends, if you're there and you want to speak up now, go for it. We have told them, no, we will not. If you have this idea, put it in wish list form. I mean, I I can tell you for sure that we've had that conversation.
Yes, I love you. You're my friend. That's a terrible idea. We're not going to do it.
Yeah,
Right.
and you know, and go if you have an idea, go put it up in the wish list forums, and you know, because we're not taking direct ideas from people, and so the point is that we self-monitor as far as that's concerned, and we don't allow that type of situation to come about. There's no entitlement. Everybody is equal in our eyes, so we have to I guess the best way to say is compartmentalize our dev aspect to our friendship, and those things have to be done, because otherwise the whole reason why they had brought up that idea for a council and all that conspiracy theory about how a handful of players were calling the direction of the game because they had access to the devs directly. It's all baloney, and we don't do that. That's absolutely positively not a thing. And a lot of people know that. I mean, and I apologize because there are people who PM me in Discord all the time and in the forums, but mostly in Discord. Asking about this, that, or the other thing, and I apologize if it sounds cold when I reply back to you and say, just post this in the forums, or post that, or send a note to support. There are so many people reaching out that I wouldn't be able to get. Well, in most cases, I can't get my work done, we have channels established for the path of information. So that's so. Does that answer your question, Scotty?
I think so. I mean, in a way, and to avoid, you noticed a minute ago I said Star Chamber, and that's a reference. For those of you all who don't know what that is, it's the Star Chamber was an English court that sat at the Royal Palace of Westminster in the 15th century to the mid 17th century. It lasted for a while, and it was composed of privy councillors and common law judges to basically supplement the judicial activities of the common law and equity courts in civil and criminal matters. And the reason why the concern about it is that that was originally established to ensure the fair enforcement of laws and that were against socially and politically prominent people that were sufficiently powerful that ordinary courts would hesitate to convict them of their crimes. And so it was mainly kind of a court of appeal and things like that. And it had various subcourts and appeals for things like poor man's causes. And see, that's the concern, is that the Star Chamber that was meant to serve to kind of make sure that it brought to justice people who are of like higher stature and high caste. Instead, what it did is it convinced the lower caste peoples that they had their own specific judgment, that they would not be held accountable for their actions, when it was in fact for the exact opposite purpose. And so I guess the concern is that a round table, though it would be something that would be like, oh, look, we have a roundtable discussion, and we're gonna it's like kind of visiting the city council meeting, right? At that point in time, suddenly, instead of it being like, oh, anyone publicly can come in and vent their issues or ask their questions of the city council, and one would think that would give access to the quote unquote common people, the inner workings of what goes on to make the city function or work, or whatever, the town council or whatever you'd have it. Instead, it became this assumption that the people in it were like the Star Chamber, and that they had special, powers and abilities that no one else got to have, and that the poor plebeians who had come in to partake of it were barely noticed and were not being given their due credit for either having good ideas or asking for change or progress or compromise or whatever, and that they weren't being listened to. So I agree that the idea is we want to avoid that, but I also agree and feel very strongly about the understanding that there is a place where people can talk about this kind of stuff. And to be very honest, here we are right now in this, all of us are here together. As many people who want to join us from the community are here now talking. And I get to, reach out and say, oh, hey, what about this? And you all think this would be a good idea? And then you all not just respond in turn, but then also offer up suggestions or ask questions and want to know about X, Y, or Z. So in many ways, though it's not a round table, a lot of what you're wanting or what we're talking about from a very public and very open standpoint is sort of happening right now. And I'm at least glad to see that. And I'm not sure if there needs to be another organized way of doing it. I guess if one had such a way, it would be something that probably would be sort of hosted by us, except we reach out into the community at random and ask for random individuals to join us for, oh, we're having another round table. And it's us and whoever we've randomly invited to join us for that particular round table, so that every time we have one, we get like a sort of a broad and random set of visitors every time from the community to talk about things that maybe they don't feel like they would normally get a chance to talk about. And so I could see that working one day, maybe, possibly, but it would probably need to be something that we host as opposed to some elected or selected general populace council that then has power over such a table.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, in effect, like you said, as part of that, this stream is that access. This is the one time that you could talk to the devs directly and suggest stuff and everything. And of course, here's the thing: it's like if we start talking about things here as far as a suggestion, let's say one of you guys brings something up and we actually do chat about it for a little bit, invariably the end of that conversation will be like, okay, so go ahead and go up on the wish list forum and post all that. Because,
right.
Yeah, so it still will have to be reviewed, put up on the wish list forum, and the greater player base would be, should have access to these things to be able to point out like, but did you think about this? This would be a drawback, or heck, 1,000 players coming in there and saying, yeah, we want this. This is all great, And then, of course, even with that said, if every single player in the game said that we want, flying mounts, we're still going to say we can't do that, right? We're not going to do that right now, because, and I'm using this as an example because this recently was brought up, and I mean, as it is, we would love to be able to put in, moving boats where you get on a boat and you actually sail over to Mistrunder from Novia or something like that. But the tech that we have in the game right now won't allow it, right? So there's certain things there that even if it's an absolutely great option or idea, there's still going to be situations possible where we say, yeah, no, we agree with you. That would be great to have, but we can't do it, right?
Right.
So the wish list forums are the place for that all to go down.
Yeah. One other thing in the wish list forum, this is a great place for you to contribute your thoughts on other people's suggestions, but we do have that rule about one thread per suggestion. So if someone makes a reasonable suggestion, and then someone else replies, yeah, that would be great, and we can also do blank and blank and blank and blank, and it greatly expands the scope of the initial suggestion, that's a separate wish.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So we might say yes to the original and no to all the extra additions.
Right, exactly. So
basically, don't create a writer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More detail is good. More scope, not necessarily.
Right. Yeah. And it could muddy things, and then people have, differing expectations. So if we say we're going to do a thing, then the rest of those other aspects could cause dissatisfaction amongst the player base if they thought that was going to be included.
Right. A player in Darkwood said something earlier, and I'd love to disambiguate because I'm not sure what they meant. They wrote, I disagree, a player council should have voice. Is it I disagree, comma, a player council should have voice? Or are you disagreeing that a player council should have voice, meaning that there probably shouldn't be a player council specifically? Could you illuminate that? And while they're considering hopefully illuminating us on that, disambiguating. No, I do like the idea of the fact that stuff mentioned here should therefore also be put on that wish list. And because at the end of the day, what dispels the ideas of the shadow Star Chamber Council kind of thing is the idea that anything that is talked about openly. Uh, uh, yes, in Darkwood, you had said earlier you had typed up a line saying, "I disagree. A player council should have voice," and it could be taken one of two ways. So, or I should say, two different ways. So, if you could disambiguate that, are you saying there should be a player council, or you think there should not be a player council? Anyway, so yeah, I mean, the idea of not necessarily having a not secret meeting, but an exclusive meeting.
Yeah.
Honestly, having it like this, to where not only do people maybe say suggestions and then know to turn around and put it on a wish list, but this is a public forum. Everyone here is able to see that. There's no secrets. There's certainly no exclusivity. And at the end of the day, everyone has a chance to put their 2 cents in, especially when it goes to the wish list. So, no, I honestly think that is the best way to handle it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. We're at the top of the hour. So just as a reminder, if you have not yet said happy birthday, Lord British, please say that in game, any type of chat, whisper, universe, whatever you want, local, zone, guild, it'll all work. So just say that in game to be entered into the drawing, and we'll give it a few minutes. Then I'll go ahead and pull the 3 drawings for the top of this hour. There's one in here that said something about, I guess, is removing taming a reasonable suggestion? Well, no, because taming itself is a facet of the game. It's an established mechanic. Taming may be broken. Maybe there's some stuff that needs to be fixed with it during a balance sweep. So that's definitely a possibility of fixing taming and other skill sets between between all the different skill sets to balance amongst that stuff. So again, not happening anytime soon. We will be updated as a thread in the forum, and we will have streams like this where we talk about the stuff in detail as we get closer. Right now, we're only doing data acquisition, as it were, right? Data collection. There's 10 years of flotsam to go through and write up some good design documents with regards to these aspects that we want to make sure. And of course, the main reason why all that's supposed to happen is that way we could expand the game with a reasonable surety that we won't be adding something in that's going to break everything else. Now, and again, I want to acknowledge that, you never finish balancing a game. It's the game, you always find some, edge case or players have figured out if they do this, that, and the other thing, then it, benefits them or whatever. So there's always tweaking that needs to be done. But at this stage, we don't have enough information in documentation to go through and say that the game is entirely as balanced as it should be. And I think that everybody who's hearing my voice right now knows darn well that there are certain skill sets that are not balanced with the rest. So we will be going through that.
Says, "Lol, please don't feel the need to even humor my tamer trolling." So he knows.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's not balanced. We're not taking taming out, though. That's fine.
Yeah, cool. All right. So, and of course, there was something else I was going to say with all that stuff too, but I forget. Oh, yeah. Somebody earlier had said if we when we do the balance, or we're going to be looking at I'll say the algorithms, right? Basically the math behind it all. I can't answer that yet. The first stuff that we're going through with regards to the crafting system, which is all recipes and ingredients and things along those lines, it's not complicated math and stuff. This is going to be just like, you're using 3 logs to make a walking cane, and that's unacceptable. So things like that will be adjusted. The ingredients will be load balanced, or whatever the right word is for that. The ingredients will be right sized. There it is. And we're starting with that. And we are starting with that because that's exactly what it is. Straightforward on the surface. We don't have to worry about any other layers underneath as far as skill sets and things along those lines. So when we start getting into that, this will put some um, um, uh, I don't want to use the word experience, but it'll put some additional time under our belts that or experience under our belts that will that way when we start getting into load balancing and looking at skills and collecting the data for skills that will know what we've been through already, and then we'll be able to get more details in there and dig in further. Do I suspect that there might be some algorithmic or as somebody out there calls soda math changes up? Probably, but can't really say for sure until we actually get all the data in front of us in spreadsheet form, so we could start looking through that and see what the interactions are. So. Okay, so
I wanted to mention real quickly. Darkwood responded and he disambiguated, saying in other games the devs ignore us or should address issues, but don't. I'm assuming. But what I love about this game is that you address us directly. But it would be nice if players could choose their representatives to help address their issues and values. And the reality is that can happen amongst yourselves and those people. Assuming you all kind of form some kind of conclave of your own, and then say, okay, here's our, within whatever you create, here's our elected officials, and if those people are your, the ones that you have chosen to come up onto the wish list and actually kind of present a list or talk about things, or because we certainly don't want to say that we have any control over or any specific desire to have only certain members of you all approach us. Not at all. In fact, we want the opposite of that. So it's actually good to know that you all can and will approach us whenever you wish. But yeah, if you all choose to have people among you who you are more comfortable with approaching us, we certainly won't say no to that. But we also won't say that that's an exclusive thing that we demand either, like at a like in the town council or anything.
Well, one slight change to that wording is that we will not say that you are an official channel. Everything needs to be posted on the forums. We will not talk to any players direct. No DMs, no PMs.
That's right.
No phone calls, no
That's
text
right.
messages. So if you guys wanted, like, just to clarify this, right? If you guys wanted to elect yourself a council and stuff, that's all up to you. And in fact, there's a thing in game for that. It's called a guild.
That's true.
So, but all of that should be done in the public eye, and you could do it in the forums and general forums, wherever. But the results of all that stuff should be put in the wish list. And the bottom line there is that it's one player, one vote. Every single person has a voice. And that's why the wish list forums are set up the way the wish list forums are set up. So,
and Belladonna Rose brings up a good point, saying that so many new players don't know to even look in the forums, and it's probably a good thing for us from time to time to make mention of the forums again anytime new players have a chance to come in, because that's the other thing too, is that new players, we don't get to necessarily interface with them directly unless they take the initiative to come on board and join us at events like this one. And so especially if any of you all out there who are older players who are more experienced and have done stuff with us and desire to make sure that the new players have a voice, then we highly encourage, like in the form of, like as Ravalox said, in the form of guilds or whatever, we highly encourage you all to shepherd in new players and encourage them to come to things like this so that they become aware of the greater and more expanded community. They become aware of the forums as a place to go in and look. Guide them to some of the stuff that I've put up there, both my old posts from long ago that really show the care and love and concern that we put into kind of building the environments and the objects for you, and my newer stuff that I'm only starting to get back into now that I've found more time in my life to do it. And that way you can help expand the new player's experience in ways that even we can't, because as many of us as there are, and as much care as we have, there are only so many hours in the day, and so word of mouth becomes super important. So yes, absolutely, shepherding new players in the direction of our communities, and our expanded kind of events like this one is very, very helpful to us, and we would always hope for and thank you all for doing such things.
Cool.
Hopefully I'm not missing other cool stuff being asked and said.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of discussion here going on. I think a bunch of it is really in the direction of balance stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah, it's all cool.
yeah.
Yeah, and again, I mean, uh, I have the threads that I put up there. The threads on the game balance and stuff along those lines. Oh, what was it? Balance? Oh, balance in the houses. Yeah, I've made two threads. One about game balance, and the other one is about the new houses and the repairs that we're making. So to clarify that, because there were some questions after the last stream, or I shouldn't say the last stream, 2 streams ago or so, on that point. But uh, those are in the announcement section, so players don't have the ability to respond back to those threads directly. They have responded back. There's a thread that one of the players, Cersei, had created and kind of like uh, did like an interview thing. They asked me, like, okay, here's some questions, and so I actually responded back in that thread and answered those questions for them. And That's the way that should go. Is that so our official statements are kept clear and not lost in the noise of player responses and questions. But the point there is that we will continue to update those threads as we make progress moving forward. The next gateway that we have to go through is getting the information in hand for the crafting stuff, and then start to look at that spreadsheet and everything. So there's absolutely nothing for me to update on the balance progress until we get to that stage, and we're probably months away from getting to that point. So
Yeah, is that most of that balance stuff is kind of plans for the new year kind of thing, are they not?
well, again, I can't even say that because I don't even know if we're going to be able to get to the point where we could affect change in the new year, like in January, right?
Oh, I see.
So yeah, so I would say in 2025 for sure that we should see something going on, but the game balance effort is going to take a long time. Now,
Right.
and this is the thing. I mean, I'm putting myself out here because it's like you could have one aspect on this where people will say, well, you should be able to rebalance the game in 3 months, and then there'll be other people out there that say, I'd rather them take time and go over it like we're doing in section by section. To be honest with you, I mean, a rebalance of the game could take 3 years. So that's why I don't want anybody to get. I mean, initially there was a lot of initial reaction of like, now I'm scared. Should I make my recipes that I've been gathering items for and stuff? Yeah, don't worry. Nothing in the game is changing anytime soon. We want to look at everything and know what we're looking at. And calculate the balance before we affect changes. So there's absolutely no danger of anything happen anytime soon. I'm not going to put a label of how many months or how many years the entire project will take, and I'm not going to put down any goal dates. Let's say of July of next year to get the data collected for crafting, which by the way is obviously an outrageously long time. So I'm not, not being practical here on purpose.
Well,
The
plus this is a very much a handle with care situation. In other words, this isn't, just like you said, we're not just going to dive in and start making changes. That would be ridiculous, because we're talking about a transition that is happening. You know what I mean? We're talking about we're talking about the old guard having, being gone, and a new guard, even if it may be composed of some older guard people, a new guard wanting to reach in and delicately looking for the ways to make this thing as as better as it can be, and that includes balancing. But this isn't just this isn't a we know exactly what to do. We have a plan and we're doing it. No, it's actually we're in the proto version of that. We're you all are in the because I'm an artist, so I'm not even involved in that process. This is something that you all want to approach.
Wait, Scottie, are you saying you don't want to learn new skills?
Well, I can pretend to know about programming, and that can be really funny. We can create we're talking about a town council. You all could create a council just to laugh at my attempts if you wanted to see that happen. But no, I mean, the truth is, you all, you're wanting to approach with great care and really figure out how to make it as good as it can be with the smoothest transition toward that balance that you can make it. So I'm definitely on board with the slow and steady wins the race, and because it's not a race to a finish line as fast as possible. It's this is the nature walk toward perfection, and it needs to take some time.
Right.
So, I was going to ask a question. Sandy Oreos mentioned something earlier that though we can't really get into a discussion about that specifically, it did bring up something that I wanted to ask about, because of course, just asking about it is sort of a tantamount to like wondering and thinking. They asked, since there's fireworks, will there be weapons that utilize explosives in the future, guns, bombs, etc.? And someone else, was mentioning that because we've seen other fantasy games have a lot of that. But we at one point in time, that brought to mind a question. I know that Fletcher, back in the day when he was designing stuff, and especially designing some of the contraption-like objects that were more kobold based, right? Those kind of things included stuff that the kobolds had that were gun-like. Do they not?
Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was a cloud cannon, and there was something else.
And a rifle. They do have them. They use them, and players can get an inoperable decorative version. But right now, if you kill those kobolds and loot them, what you will get is a crossbow.
Oh, I see. So Sandy Oreo's question might be relating to the idea that having seen those things in the game, perhaps the wonder is, will players ever have a chance to get them and use the same weapons to fire them to some effect? Is that ever in the plans one day, or
could be?
Am I asking a bad question? Am I asking a verboten question?
Oh, no,
I don't know.
Well, look, no questions are verboten, and this is the thing where I don't mind answering questions as long as everybody understands the answer may be no.
Well, yeah.
I could always pull a Star. Remember Star would always do, here are all the unanswered questions from the stream, and it would be like, no.
Yeah, I mean, it would be easy to make them work like other ranged weapons and just have the same set of skills and pretend that it's a crossbow with a skin.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't feel right for what they are. So in actuality, what it would need is a whole new skill tree, which is something that Chris had talked about doing.
Right.
Technological kobold skill tree. I
did see that brought up, like the whole idea that guns and explosives might need to be on a new skill tree entirely.
Yeah.
And because see, I'm fine with it either way. The game that I've literally made, which we've talked about on occasion, it's a paper role-playing game, obviously, so it has a different idea when it comes to that. But yeah, I mean, weapons really are just cosmetics.
Right.
In other words, what you get to do with them and what they look like, the rules cover it regardless. So whether you have a weapon in your hand or whether you're fighting open-handed, the result is the same. The end result is the same, but what you get to say is, oh, it looks like this, and this is how it is, and this is what you see. Now, of course, we have a lot of power in that by adding a skin to something and by simply adding an effect, and the end result is, does the thing get defeated or not? And it's the how it gets defeated that makes it visually exciting. But of course, the visuals are what I care about because I'm an artist. The question is, how important is it for players to see not just a skin and a new look, but like, okay, I'm no longer shooting a crossbow, I'm shooting a kobold electric cannon, but it does the exact same thing, right? maybe it adds a special effect to your victim, where it looks like there's electricity around them before they fall to the ground. But in the end effect is you defeated them, they fall to the ground. If that's perfectly fine, then you don't need a skill tree addition. But for those who really appreciate the idea that, oh no, this is a whole new set of skills and it requires a new skill tree just to use quote unquote firearms and energy weapons that the kobolds make. Well,
Sorry, I just have to interrupt for a second. That was just cool to see about 20 players all get slid back from the dragon doing gust.
oh, is that
Yes,
what
that
happened?
was.
I was
That was
wondering
pretty
what
cool.
happened. I saw an event, but I'm not that close, so I didn't get to really. I'm like, what was that?
Yeah. So they made quick work of the dragon. I spawned a dragon in here, but yeah, the dragon. Oh, that was
That's
funny.
cool.
So anyway,
Well, anyway, that was the point I was trying to make, is that I don't personally, as an artist, I don't mind it being just a skin job, basically. But if it is important enough to people and there's a good reason for it to be important, then I understand, I guess, it would need a separate tree. But I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it depends on what it is. For instance, when Sanio added the reef spiders to Vikland, they're just reskinned red spiders, and when you tame one, that they still have a red spider skills, and I think that's fine. A reskin is okay for that.
Uh,
But these weapons are so different from firing an arrow that, yeah, I think that in this case, should actually have different functionality.
right. And Peace and Love agrees with you. They say that we need a tinker tree, craftable combat automatons, kobold weapons, things like that. Owlsy Soda says that I have a professor conversationalist that gives a lecture on kobold weapons. So, I mean, obviously there's some great interest in this. That level of technical challenge may be beyond us for the moment because we're focusing on other technical challenges. But I mean,
It's a
isn't.
good idea. It's a nice to have. We're
Mhm.
not going to promise it, and we're not going to set a due date on it.
Right,
Right.
exactly, yeah.
It would be nice to see.
And I would suspect that the skill set or skill tree would be artificer.
Yeah, I think that was what was being discussed.
Artificer.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
So, you
yeah,
know,
keep your fingers crossed. Maybe one day. But
Right.
yeah, you're right. We can't really promise anything. But that's a very interesting discussion to have for sure.
Mhm. Yeah, and again, this is actually the key item to add a new skill set, a skill tree. We want to make sure that the other skill trees are balanced amongst each other. So, and
Yeah.
right now we know that there's some stuff that needs to be fixed. So,
Right. Yeah. Someone nerd versus Jim says bard weapons take priority over guns, in their opinion. But yeah, uh, yeah, yeah. U235 Sentinel says moving boats and firearms someday.
yeah, someday, yeah,
Yes,
soon,
these are
soon TM,
ideas
right?
that we like. We're not rejecting them.
Yep,
However,
right,
Yes,
right.
yes,
Yeah, and again, so Soda Out of Order, not going to tie an episode number to it, right?
yeah.
So one thing to note is that, and this is me. I'll tell you, this was me doing this. Is that I have decoupled the idea of episodes um, being new zones and new lands from the quest lines. The episodic content is the quest lines. So if we continued on the path that we're on right now, where we're waiting to get all um, all the land in place, all the zones in place for episode 2, uh, then go and do the quest stuff, it's just going to be ridiculous. So doing that for episode 3, 4, and 5 would take forever. So they need to be decoupled. So then that way we could actually sit down and start plotting out our quest lines. And let me tell you, there's been some very interesting conversations. For those of you who were here right in the beginning of this stream, the conversation that Richard and I were having, and I mentioned that, well, actually, were we even live yet? Maybe we weren't live yet then. So I'll just say that Richard and I are actually talking about plot lines and stuff. We have a lot of structure set up. There's a third book that needs to be published. It's safe to say that that's going to be worked on. I don't know if the publisher will accept it or not, that type of thing. So again, no promises there for time frames or even that it'll get out there. Um, but Richard and I are collaborating on a third book, and Scottie, Richard, and I have sat down and talked about plot lines for that book and plot lines for the game going forward for episode 3, 4, and 5. All I could say is that I'm actually very excited about it. I'm not just saying this. This is actually stuff that um, this is a deepening of Ultima lore and a deepening of the Ultima um, the storylines and overarching type of stuff that I've always felt that Ultima was lacking and could use. So Richard has been very kind in letting me um, spew out a whole bunch of stuff, and Scottie has helped me to structure it, and Richard's actually happy with what I've said so far. So hopefully we'll have some really cool content going forward in episode 3, 4, and 5. But of course, we need to get episode 2 done first, and
Yes.
Sanyo is working on all those things. As I said, we have more of the quests coming out this month, and we'll keep on going on that until that's finished, and then we'll start off on episode 3. So there's a lot of cool
Yep.
stuff ahead.
Yeah, what we've already talked about, it's neat because it's not just a callback to past lore and things like that, but it's also, it also ties up some loose ends that we were wondering about ourselves, which all that to me, that always makes me happy because it feels much more completionist in many ways when it comes to what we've already offered in episode 1, and making sense of these things in our own minds as the lore is crystallized. So
Right.
that's always pleasing.
I
Someone, go ahead.
I never liked the idea of having like a new land for a new story every time because it doesn't make sense that we get our shroud and then there are no more stories in Novia to tell. We have to go somewhere else.
That's
Yep.
right. That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
careful, guys. Don't give away too many hints about episode 3.
Yeah. No. Yeah. But you're right. But you're right, though. That always bothered me as well. I mean, there's just, there are reasons sometimes to go back and revisit places, and I like that idea because it means those places are still very much alive.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess, I mean, Nerds versus Jim has some, you're getting there. So what you know Portalarium spent a lot of time building out Novia and well, overbuilding Novia. So there's a lot of places to go in Novia. The game is absolutely huge.
There are still several cloned adventure scenes that could be just flat out replaced.
Exactly. Yeah. So, just to say, and that's the only hint we'll give is that, yeah, there's definitely some things that could be leveraged there for questing that would be in episode 3. Um, but I think that's where we would stop as far as giving any ideas or hints for that.
Yes. Episode 2 must be finished.
Exactly. And once episode 2 is done, then we'll give you some idea of what's going on. But I'm also a proponent, and this is one of the reasons separating the episodic content from actual LAN in episode 3 will be a good chance for us to gain some ground on this. We'll speed things up because it'll allow me to do a couple of things. Keep the quests secret and not on the live server until, okay, here it is, done, right? Obviously, there's people who have early access, and they'll be granted their early access and everything like that. Might even do early access on the QA server and keep them there. Because there's a whole bunch of stuff that we've been talking about. We have to add another QA server. We need a QA server for internal use because, again, you guys, a lot of people have noticed that we're not patching the QA server for public purposes as often as we used to. And part of that is that, well, We want you we want you to have surprises. It defeats the purpose of having a new episode, a new anything, if you guys are basically playing through the quests in 15-minute increments. And then when you say, okay, here's episode 2, it's all this, you say, but you did it all already, right? There's nothing new. There's no surprises. There's no content for you to actually do. You've burned through it all because you were in beta for the whole thing.
Right. There's no Christmas morning. There's just, I hope you enjoyed all the presents you got throughout the year.
Right. So, granted, the folks that have early access, I'm not saying that I'm taking away early access, so stop that, because I know what you people will say. But the point is that I need to not have it on the live server, because even though the folks with early access do have access to it, then right now you go up there and buy for $19 access to episode 2, which is great, but then now everybody is really there with the incremental little steps forward in episode 2, and you're not really seeing all the stuff that's involved with it because you've experienced it over the last few years. So anyway, with all that said, that's why separating the scene building from the questing and making episode 3 uh, mainly be the questing aspect of things will allow us to get it done quicker and allow us to keep it in just an offline, well, I shouldn't say offline, in a QA situation, right? A development server that the people who have rights to early access can go there if they want, experience the content, and give feedback and all that as the original pledges decreed, and then that way the players who would rather play the content when it's all done and ready will be able to do that, and actually will have an actual real DLC that way. So there you go. So that's that spiel. And let me see. Did I do one?
Oh, Baragon tried to make me cry. He said that he said it's been months now and I still haven't accepted his friend request. I'm so sorry about that. The truth is that I rarely get to go in here, and so I rarely open up the little panel that shows me the friend request I've received. And so I now looked in there and saw, much to my guilty dismay, the many friend requests that people have made and that I haven't had a chance to accept yet. So right now, I'm going to go in and add friend to these folks. So please forgive me if I have not done so. This was no slight against you at all, I promise.
Yep. Oh, and I'm gonna. This is actually kind of timely. I'm gonna.
Oh, the prize wings. We never did it at 7.
Yeah, I know. I'm still working on bringing them up now.
Oh, okay.
And the last one is running. So we'll do another one. After this, we got the 3 prizings coming up now, and then there'll be another one towards the top of the hour, which will put us at the 4-hour mark, and we'll see if we just keep talking or if we stop. But so if you have not yet said "Happy Birthday, Lord British" in game, please say so. You do not have to say it again. Just saying it once within today's date, with the stream is good enough. We don't reset those numbers or names, as Allium had said earlier. And but of course, if you just are that excited for Lord British's birthday, then have at it. All right. So one thing I want to say, last stream we were talking about Easter eggs for a while, and I had said that I had put in an Easter egg in the Crown Store last month, and thanks to Allium's efforts in putting in horses and stuff, the extra horses, I took the opportunity. One of our illustrious, well-loved devs who is not currently active on the project loved to call horses horfs, Horf, as in Frank.
Horf.
Yeah, a horf. So
It's a play on the old long S's that looks almost like an F.
yep, exactly. So
Oh yes, the medieval S.
right.
Yeah.
So on one of there were multiple entries in the store for some horse related stuff, foals and horses. On one of them, there's a paragraph where horses is actually said 3 times. So in all 3 places, I said horse. Just so you guys know, that is on purpose. That is an Easter egg. It's a reference to List Rostov. So
Oh, okay.
yes, it's and I liked it when he was calling them horfs, where whenever we were talking about like the mounts and stuff, we were having all those conversations. I thought it was very endearing. I loved it. So that's I threw that into the game. So not a
Yes,
bug.
like Cat Dude was like Corpians.
Yeah, like Corpians. Yeah, although different reasons.
Yes, different reasons entirely.
Yeah. All right, so what do we got left here? Oh, we got our prizes. Yes, let's go do our prizes. I can't look at the team chat.
What now?
We don't need to do the team chat anymore
Oh, that was
because
only Richard?
we
Okay.
we
All
all
right.
3 have access to Mattermost.
Awesome. All right. So, you want me to read one of the things?
Yeah, here, hold
Who
on.
wants
Let me
to read
get
the
to
other?
there it is. Oh, I just saw
Hmm.
I just saw the setup for the chairs. Yeah, that does look really good. I really like that.
Yep.
Okay,
That was
so
fun.
yeah, that was nice. Okay, so yes, after months, Nimron still won't accept my friend request. All friendship requests have been accepted now, just so you all know. So sorry it took me so long. What a goober I am, but that's how it goes. So, would you like me to read the names this time?
Sure.
Okay.
I will never turn that down.
And
Okay.
we're on the one right below the whole Baragon comment that
No, actually, the one just above it, I put 2 dashes, so it's the 3 boxes below that.
the 3 boxes below that. Where are the 2 dashes? I don't think I'm seeing that.
But
Hold on. Okay, there we go. Got it.
All right. Okay.
Got it.
Cool. Awesome.
Okay, who wants to say the prizes and I'll say the names?
I'll read off the prizes. That's fine. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. The first prize for this hour is a Lord British round shield.
Ah, excellent. Then that has been won by Dexta, then Kathy Earnshaw, and lastly, Nortigens.
Excellent. And the next prize in our lineup is a Lord British medium telescope.
Ah, that telescope will be looked through by the player named Sephiroth Scourge. We also have Spell Striker, having gained that prize. And lastly, Viper will be enjoying the Lord British Medium Telescope.
Great. And if you are looking to usurp Lord British's throne, you may have one.
Those who might be able to do that and possibly get a visit from Lord British himself. The first in that lineup of players who have won that particular prize is Things. Things.
That's a
We
name.
also have, is that right? Yeah. We also have the player Delayan Lachlan. Lachlan, okay. And then we have, last but not least, Galberal Sternenfuhrer.
Awesome. Okay, so the next item on our list of things to give away would be a Lord British moon dial.
Ah, the first of the players who's won that prize, Sage Rain. And then we have Dabs a lot. And lastly, Lineman King has won and can now enjoy the Lord British Moon Dial.
Excellent. And the grand prize for this hour which is 7 p.m. Central, about 40 minutes ago, is a 2-story barn village home.
And that prize has been won this time around by Domino. Now, Ian Berry also has gained that prize. And last but not least, Anya Ginster has won the 2-story barn village home.
Excellent. Congratulations to everyone who's won a prize through the entire stream so far. And we have at least one more drawing to go.
Perfect. I'm still looking in here. The white pony of Chatul Avantari is still dancing joyously on the
Yeah, it's got great balance.
yeah, he does. That's the most balanced unicorn in the multiverse.
Yeah, there you go. And I have to say
Maybe the
that
horn works like the really long poles that tightrope walkers use.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Well, the horn helps. That's why the head sways back and forth. I'm looking out there now and seeing some different. By the way, what was I seeing earlier when the dragon was here and before the dragon was here? There were what looked like flame horses running across the
Nightmares?
scene. Is that what those are? Were those nightmares?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I don't think I'd had a chance to see those before.
Oh, they're a tough fight out in the world.
Were they summoned to fight the dragon? Like what was going on? They look like they were all running across the screen in one direction at one point.
Well, I had actually spawned fire elementals, so I don't know if maybe that's what you had saw.
Maybe.
Or maybe there are battle pets nightmares, so it could have been player pets as well.
Right.
Well, there were a huge number of them all running like a herd across the screen way back there where the dragon appeared. And they were doing it before the dragon appeared at one point too. So, and they were all running in the same direction. So I was wondering what I was seeing or who summoned them. It seemed to be a concerted effort. Yeah, like that. Like it looked like those horses right there. The one that I'm seeing, the Nightmare of Belladonna. Yeah, nice. And I just see a gold bird that flew out. That looked like a neat magic trick.
That's the Phoenix.
The glorious thing about a lot of this stuff, by the way, guys, is that because my friend Damon worked on a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing out here, and because I don't play that often, I don't get to see a display of these kinds of effects very often as much as I get to see them here. And so a lot of the stuff is new to me visually, and it's just a pleasure to see them invoked. I really like seeing it. I really like to see you all showing them off as well, because a lot of these powers are things I never got to see before. Yeah, I see like a fire elemental moving there, but yeah, what I saw before certainly was the flaming horses.
Gotcha.
Yeah, nice stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, so we got a couple more dragons to fight, and looks like they got one down, and the other one is now coming in to defend his friend. We'll spawn a little bit, some more stuff, increasing stuff. Okay, so we got that, and as I said, we have one more drawing at the towards the top of the hour, which technically is in about 7 minutes when I start looking to do the drawing. So, maybe I can get this done on time this time. So, all right. So, what do we want to talk about now? Anything?
Well, we mentioned it earlier, and I will bring it up again, and that is that if the idea of those in the Texas area, especially those who can travel in from outlying areas toward Central Texas, that might be interested in well, I say Central Texas, but in reality it's more like Southeast Texas at this point. Those who may have never visited the Texas Renaissance Festival and who might want to do so. If that kind of trip is something that you all would ever want to make, in September, that's my birth month. And at the end of September, once I get back from Gen Con and have a chance to rest, then I will be able to possibly take a moment and consider going to Gen Con myself. I'm sorry, going to Ren Fair myself, and it would have been the first time I've visited that particular Ren Fair in decades. I just haven't had a chance to go to that one. I've always gone to the one that's close by me called Sherwood Forest Fair. So, if that was something that people enjoyed doing last time and they might want to do something again, then I might be willing to go celebrate my birthday at the Texas Renaissance Festival, and it can be a little mini event like it was when we did the one last time.
Yeah, no, it
The
sounds good.
thing is, however, if it's your birthday, someone else has to bring the cake.
This is true. This is true. I can't be Scottie cakes for this particular one.
Nope.
But honestly, cake or not, just being at the Ren Fair itself in costume with like-minded folks is a great treat. That I don't often get to enjoy, except usually like once a year I'll do that little local one. But it's not the same. That was the original one that I ever went to in my entire life, and so the Texas Renaissance Festival down in that area it has a special place in my heart. So if that's ever something, yeah. Selenia 42 is saying TRF is a blast. We camp every year, and yeah, that's back in my younger days, in the SCA days, I would camp there all the time because it was just fun doing so. These old bones don't camp very often these days, I have to say. I enjoy the glory of air conditioned rooms and bathrooms that are private.
Yes, air conditioning in Texas sounds like a requirement.
Oh my God. Yeah, it can be so horrible. And even in September, it's not over the worst of the heat. It's starting to get that way toward the end of September, but oh my gosh, the heat just murders here for sure.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah, we had a player ask what date. Yeah, mine is September 28th.
So we have to figure out
Libra.
when, if we're going to do this again, not an official catnip activity type of thing. So, but if we want to do this, we should probably coordinate, maybe start a thread in the forums, where the players can actually have input and talk about
Sure.
what weekend or whatever. I know my schedule, I got all sorts of stuff going on. I definitely love to do this. And
Yeah. Yeah.
got to figure out
I
when
mean,
we can coordinate that.
like you said, nothing official,
Yeah.
but unofficial's good too.
Yep. I have to say that there's liability reasons. Got to make sure it's not not taken as being an official activity that's sponsored by Catnip Games.
Right. No. There can be no sponsoring, but it is sort of a correlated effort of joy. If
And yet
nothing
I'm willing to bet you're going to show up with a bag full of challenge coins.
Oh, of course we will.
else.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I'm sure there'll be a cloak involved, and I'm sure there'll be coins and other swag. But yeah, just can't say that we encourage people to go. That's all.
Right. I'm not going to
do.
discourage people either, though.
Now let's see here. I'm looking up the list. There was something else that somebody had said here. Oh, where? But I think Belladonna said something in here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh no, it was Prankster. At these big parties at Atos, I wish there was a way to see who wasn't already a friend in the nearby players list. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Maybe a color code like guildmates and devs. So yeah, that could be interesting. Just really color anybody in the nearby players list who are friends.
Oh yeah, color code showing who is and is not your friend yet.
Yeah.
The nearby players list does have support for colors, so adding that one doesn't seem like it would be too hard.
No, it would not at all. Yeah, I would say maybe, like a like a blue color or something maybe. But yeah, no, that's a good idea. So Prankster, if you want to throw that in the wish list for him, that would be great. And then we could see what we could do about getting that done. Okay, where was I now? All right, we got one more minute. So this is we're gonna wind this thing down, I think. So if you have not yet said Happy Birthday, Lord British in game, please do so, because we are going to be starting the drawings in the next few minutes. And I am going to see what I could do about killing a bunch of people. So.
That's always a wonderful thing to do at a birthday celebration.
Of course.
Killing people?
Mass death.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we gave him a bloody axe.
I was hoping he could make it back before we were done. I would have loved to have heard the end of it of that tale, but he can save that for next time. Hopefully he'll finish it up next time he is able to get on.
Yep. And we'll have a we'll kind of have probably something like a Here Comes the Fall type of thing in September. That'll be our next long stream, I think. This is an evolving idea, and I'm trying out longer streams on a quarterly basis, basically. So, but if it all works and everything, and we get a little bit more organized, then we might be able to do that. Do the telethon idea too. We'll see how that goes. I wouldn't mind doing that. Okay. All right.
Oh, this one of the. Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, and you know what? Now looking at the fire elemental in a distance, it almost does at a great distance. It almost does look horse-like. It almost looks like, in
just
fact,
the trail of it. Yeah.
Yeah, the trail of it, and then whatever's going on in the front almost makes it look like a fiery unicorn. So maybe that's what I was seeing. I was seeing loads of fire elementals running.
Okay.
But I swear it looked like a herd of flaming horses.
Yeah.
I mean, a herd of flaming horses sounds good too.
Right. All I can think of is Krull. If you recall, the fire stallions or whatever they were called. I love them. Oh, I did want to speak of something though. So one of the things I wanted to mention, I am a lover of Terry Gilliam. I'm a lover of all things Terry Gilliam. And one of my favorite things is are the three movies he made that were meant to be they were meant to be part of a three-part sort of series, even though they seem very disjointed, right? One is Time Bandits, the second is Brazil, and the third is The Adventures of Baron Munchausen.
Those were supposed to be linked?
They were, but they're linked. They're linked by an idea that Terry Gilliam had, because the first one, which is we're looking at Time Bandits, right? The first one was meant to be life seen through the eyes of a child, right? The second one, Brazil, was life seen through the eyes of a jaded adult. And then the third, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, is life seen through the eyes of an elderly person entering into second childhood. So that was what those three movies were meant to represent. It was the vision of the world through the fantasies that emerge in the minds of a child, a jaded adult, an adult, and then finally an elderly person. And that's what those were the fantasies of those three types of people. And so I've always loved that. I've loved the idea of those movies being that. And I just and now the second thing I will say is I also love Taika Waititi. I love Taika Waititi. I love his works. I love the stuff he's done. What We Do in the Shadows is brilliant and glorious and hilariously funny. Also the stuff that he's done for the superhero films recently, he's really made some excellent work in those. Taika Waititi is a really great filmmaker. But recently I saw a preview for something, and I'm very scared. And Taika Waititi is trying to remake Time Bandits.
Ah,
Oh,
And if you have not seen it, you can make your own. You can come up to your own conclusions about whether it's going to be worthwhile or a horrifying tragedy. Because
I saw the image of the actors. And I forget there was somebody in the cast that was like that was it was an interesting choice. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head now.
interesting is a very kind way to put it.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, and I'm not. You know who I'm talking about?
Say again.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Well, are you talking about a particular choice of casting in general?
Yeah, for one particular character that was at the center of the. They had the main characters fanned out, and the one character who I think in the original was male is now female. Um,
The lead Time Bandit, you mean?
yeah,
Ah, okay.
yeah, but you know, I can't really tell. But I knew I recognized who the actress was, and or actor. Yeah, Lisa Kudrow. Thank you. Yeah,
Uh,
so Lisa Kudrow is going to be in it. So I think she's the main character.
well, so nothing against her specifically, but I will say, because, and Belladonna Rose mentioned that she heard it was supposed to be a series, not a movie. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. All I've heard is this, and this makes me sad in my heart. And that is apparently there were initial talks that included Terry Gilliam, but Terry Gilliam got up and couldn't, like, kept shaking his head, kept grumbling during the whole thing, and finally he got up and walked out because he just
That's not good.
couldn't
That's not a
stand
good
it
sign.
anymore. And that's not a good sign.
No.
Belladonna Rose says, "All I see is Phoebe from Friends."
Yeah, I know that's the problem. You know, she's Kudrow's gonna have a hard time ever outgrowing that.
Well, and part of me, and I hate to say this, because it sounds like I'm picking on it just because of a very specific choice of casting, but not that the people that they've cast aren't good. It's that originally those roles were set aside for little people who don't often get the chances to have jobs in Hollywood, and that was like this perfect opportunity to have this entire subcast of the main characters being played by little people who are actors in their own right and excellent actors, if I might say so, based on like the folks that we've seen in the industry recently. I mean, when we're talking about uh, folks that have made like just such amazing names for themselves and things like Game of Thrones and things like that. I mean, I could only imagine the kind of raw talent they could find these days, and I kind of wish that they would have done that again, because there was something wonderful about the architects of the workers who were basically who worked under the architect of the universe, being little people. I thought that was wonderful. It was very wonderfully empowering, and I really enjoyed the dynamic it created in the very first film, and I kind of wish they'd done that again. It looks like they almost switched places, though, because if you watch the trailer from beginning to end, it looks like they instead did that on the side of evil instead. But then again, that may have just been a slight hats off. For some odd reason, the Time Bandits themselves, being little people in the first movie, was what made it very endearing to me as a kid. And I loved it because I love the idea of this little kid who then is dealing with these other people who are his same size, but they're adults and they're the ones who crafted the entire universe that he's now being dragged through as the supreme being is seeking the map back. Which anyway, I just love the dynamic in the old film, and that sadly starts to fall into the realm of things that I wish they wouldn't remake. And I don't know if that's the old codger in me saying that, or I mean, I don't think so. I don't think it's just the old codger in me saying, they'd never remake that film.
yeah. I
No.
saw recently also that they're planning a sequel of Spaceballs.
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm not sure what they'd pick from to create their jokes. I mean, they have a lot of fertile ground to pick from to make Spaceballs, but what will they do now?
Okay, guys, we have currently the final battle ensuing. So a whole bunch of dragons in here. And we have the last prizes to read off as well.
Yeah, they also recently did a series that was a sequel to Willow, and I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's good.
Oh, I tried to watch it, and at first it seemed like it might be good, might be, and then
Yeah.
it turned into something not so good. I mean, I leave
Oh.
that to you to kind of see what you think about it, but there were a lot of people who watched it and then were like, "Oh, okay,
Yeah,
oh, just
yeah, it
people
was
are agreeing with
promising.
you in the comments.
yeah, it just didn't. It just
Yeah.
didn't. I mean, and they left it like I don't know if they're going to continue it or if it was canceled.
It was
But
canceled.
it wasn't canceled. Oh, that almost tells you everything you need to know because
Yeah.
it was canceled after being left on a supposed cliffhanger.
Yep.
But apparently, no one cared enough about it to want it to continue beyond the cliffhanger. They wanted it to just hang on that cliff forever. Yeah, that makes me go, oh.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm right underneath a dragon's cloaca here, and I'm not sure how comfortable I am about that. I need to flee the cloaca zone.
Is it a red one or a black and clockwork?
It was a red one.
Okay, because I don't think the clockwork ones have cloacas.
No,
Mm.
they don't.
All right, let's do the final prizes and get this going. So,
All right. Do you wish to switch places, or do you want to do the reading of the prize and I'll do the reading of the name again?
1 second.
Do we have all of them, by the way?
I'm trying to get this thing to.
Yeah, I think we do.
All right. Yeah, we do. We have them all. Unless, we'll throw one more in. How's that sound? Yeah, we'll do one more.
That could be a special extra prizing because since Richard wasn't able to return in time to read the story.
Finish reading the story, yes.
Yes, to finish reading the story.
Yep.
Not that he was reading; he knows it off the top of his head.
I know it's ridiculous, but it's hilarious. Actually, I love it. I adore that.
It is. Okay. I'm doing other things here as well. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay,
way,
good.
All
right.
One
Hey,
thing.
can I have a party hat?
What happened?
Can I have a party hat?
Yeah, sure you can. Where are you?
I'm trading with Scottie.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Let me get back to that. I can't see it. Let me see. Where am I? Ah, there we go. Oh, yes. Okay, so how do I give you a party hat?
You drag it into the trade window.
Let me see. I think I will have to give you my party hat.
Oh, do you not have another one?
No, I was just given one.
Just
wait,
right click it.
no. Oh my God. It looks like someone gave me 100. Did you give me 145 Ankh party hats?
Don't remember giving you 145.
Mine says I have 145 out of 145. That is insane. Is that
Oh.
right? No.
Well,
No, that's durability.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. I'm going to put it in here. And there we go.
Yep. And
Well, I'm still wearing
Hold on.
mine, so you must have given me an extra one.
Possibly. Who knows?
or we just found a bug.
Or we found a bug. Yes, it could be either one.
Yeah, I doubt that. You probably had more in your inventory. Okay, so let's do this. We have 4 rounds of prizes or whatever to get out.
Okay.
And I'll continue with the prize names because I'm probably not in good shape to actually decode the names now.
Okay.
All right. So the first of our 5 prizes and our final sweep of the night is a Lord British round shield.
And the first to have won the Lord British Round Shield is Henrix.
See, I
The
would have said
second
Henry
player
X.
to have won it is Illustra. Our third winner of the Lord British Round Shield is Genie UK. And then the last winner of the Lord British Round Shield is Snivet Bodog.
Congratulations. The next prize in our wonderful plethora of prizes, cornucopia of prizes, is a Lord British Medium Telescope.
And the first to be able to look through this round's telescope prize givings is Thor Tordengood. The second to have won it is Adric Silverson. Our third winner of the Lord British Medium Telescope is Lateralis. And our fourth winner with the extra drawing of the Lord British Medium Telescope is Natalia Brenner.
Excellent. Congratulations. And the third prize, the middle of the road prize for this drawing, is a Lord British throne.
And the first to have that for this round, and of course, apparently, according to what Richard says, we'll try to take him up on his word, the chance to have him visit your house, is Arcus Blackwing. The second to win Lord British Throne is Frank Baxley. The third to win the Lord British Throne is Rinaldi. And the fourth for the extra Lord British Throne is Zulane Fableteller.
Congratulations to the winners. We move on. As we move into the evening, a Lord British Moondial.
The first to be able to grab that for their own is the Waco Kid. The second
Actually,
player...
the sun's about to rise.
Yeah.
Well, I could fix that.
Uh-oh. The second player to win the Lord British Moondial is Sashka Blackheart. The third is Acandriel. And last but not least, the fourth to win the Lord British Moondial is Circe Phoenix Fire.
Excellent. May all that have won the Moondial have a wonderful time looking at the sky. And our final grand prize for the evening is a 2-story barn village home.
And the first to be able to call that home their own for this round of prizing and the last round for the evening is Warlord Borat. The second player to win the 2-story barn village home is Olympe. The third is Fauchur Sombre. And last but not least, the winner of the 2-story barn village home, fourth and last for the evening, is Cass.
Great deal. Congratulations to all the winners. Yes.
That's wonderful.
And actually, we didn't have that many duplicates, so that's pretty good.
No, that's good.
Yeah. All right,
And
cool.
again,
So,
excellent to see all these names having joined us this evening.
yep. So, on behalf of Richard, salutations, and we'll see you soon. Everybody have a nice night, and we'll see you in game. Now, remember, I still have to build a patch, so you got a little bit of leeway time for double XP and the in-game sales, the sales going on. The special buy a 10K Kodo pack and get a brutal battle axe that ends at midnight Central Time. So that means midnight tonight. So there's only 4 hours left. Well, 3 hours and 50 minutes left to be able to get that axe. So if you want that axe, that's what you want to do. The Kodos are on sale at $80 for the 10K pack. Normally $100. So once that's done, once midnight hits, we will stop counting any purchases, and those axes, the people who get those axes will be the only ones in the game to ever have those axes. Will not put it, those will not be going to the store. They'll not be going to the vault. They'll not be given out as streaming prizes, for prizings or anything like that. This is just, once they're there, that's it. They're gone, done. So anyway, but as far as the patch is concerned, that's probably going to end up going live tomorrow because I still have to build it, and that's like 7 hours. So anyway,
You have players suggesting that someone goes singing lullabies so you'll fall asleep and not put out the patch during the fight.
yeah, there you go.
And just to let you all know, I had enough fun making that weapon because, like I said, I hadn't made weapons in a while. I had enough fun making that weapon and testing it and working with Ravalox to make sure that it came out right. I was actually kind of worried. I hadn't done weapons in a while, and back then we had Beezus that was helping out with all that stuff, and I really didn't touch that side of things. But working with Ravalox to make that weapon was a lot of fun, and so I may try my hand to do something like that again sometime soon, in which case there'll be more weapons crafted by me exclusively that will be coming out. And so, take this chance while it lasts to grab it. There may be more, but there won't be more of this one. There just may be more in a similar vein. But if you all like collectibles, I'm not sure how many I have. I have in me, but for a little bit, I may kind of try to ride this wave of weapons excitement and make more such things. So.
Cool.
Please grab them while you can.
I have to say, I may use swords in game, but I think we're good on sword patterns. I think that's by far the most that we have the thing.
So we need new and unique.
I can English.
We need new and unique stuff. Yeah, new and interesting things. I mean, and I like things that either remind me of stuff that I enjoy, like certain movies I've seen or whatever. I mean, part of me was wanting to try to recraft the spear from Dragon Slayer. You know what I mean? Just I love stuff like that and creating something that's unique and interesting looking and different. So yeah, good. It's good to know that swords we have plenty of. So maybe other cool stuff instead. I'm going to start moving my eye toward.
Yeah, cool. Well, there's a lot of ideas out there, and all you have to do is reel them in.
This is true. Okay, well, listen, I wanted to say thank you again. As you all are wrapping stuff up, I need to flee. It's been a great pleasure. I need to go off to a dinner engagement, but I wanted to thank you all once again for having me on board, and I hope to get with you all again soon.
All right, so everybody say bye. Good night.
Bye-bye. Good night, everyone. Oh, Krull's weapon. That's what someone wants.
That would be interesting. All right, have a nice night, guys.
Yep, take care.